tongue. However, my lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Put the screw in the tuna, Theos, Baphomet, Goddess Trans Girl, Uncle Gumball, Evelyn, Kitty Kata, Intentions Nasty, Little Morphine, Annie, Gibby, Tungsten, Wastrel, Brina, Half-Light, Falafel. My God, my mouth is all sticky. I've been sitting here angrily gritting my teeth. Doke Bling, Dank Cat Lord, Louis Vuitton, Bennifer the Potato, Proud Platypus, the Posadas John Kumquat Cat Art, Goblin Mode, Token Brazilian, Zygote, Mika Niao, Electo Bell Sin Forma, Intentions Nasty, Aska, Uncle Gumball, Derpy, Voodoo, Baphomet, Danny Fallen, thank you. I'm about to do a big thank you out to you. Sound Judgment, Hellhound, Bonks Daily, Blood Roses, Miss Taryn, Witch Night Melody, Rio Woe, Agent Mad Hat. Wait, I need to get the Twitch chat up. I just forgot about that. I'm still in a dream state. What's the best way to do that? Go to the creator dashboard or something? Yeah, there we go. We pop it out. There we go. Armor and Quills from the Twitch chat. Rhodes from the Twitch chat. Liavas, 3-Monic, Metroid Godless, Kryu, Ugly Pie, Mango Mosh, Samaja, The Twos, Morg Absolute, Nuts 314, Moss Meow, 200X, Discordant Bowl, Salty Cupcake, Crystal. Am I late? That's true, I am late. I am very late. Ah, yes. Okay, let me change that. You're right. I can change that right now. How do I do that? We are off followers only mode. Okay, we're gonna actually put it to 0 minutes. So, okay, everybody should now be able to chat. We should be good to go. Sorry, the last time we used Twitch, we were getting raided. Hisako with the tier 4 sub. Oh my God, thank you so very much. That is incredibly generous of you. Why does the video look so fucked up? Why do I look so dark? Is this, what is going on here? It's not supposed to be like this. It's not normally like this. I don't believe any of those settings have changed. Maybe I just need to crank, oh, not that. That's not correct. Okay, that's a little bit better. The contrast maybe needs to be brought up a little bit. The gamma. Okay, that could go up just a tiny bit. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. How's that? Now I look too bright. What is going on? Why did these settings get changed? So let me tell you, okay? Let me just tell you. We need to up the contrast? No, we need to lower here. There we go. There. That looks a lot better. Okay, that's acceptable. This is an acceptable level. Holy shit, today has absolutely fucking sucked. Should I chat in Twitch or site chat? The site is always preferred, but you can chat wherever the hell you want, okay? You can absolutely chat wherever feels best for you. Today has been absolutely terrible for me, okay? Let me just tell you. Holy shit. It's just been bad, okay? It was bad, all right? One of my partners got hurt today by accident. They got a bad cut. We had, and my YouTube channel got banned unjustly, and I'm gonna talk about that in a few minutes. Twitch was borked beyond all belief. I just spent the last hour with the one and only, the world's most fucking incredible editor, Danny Fallon. Everybody in chat, before we do anything else, everybody give a hypers to Danny Fallon, okay? Give a big hypers to Danny. They helped me fix this problem. It was so stupid. We had to go, apparently a couple of months ago, Twitch made sometime in the last, since the last time I streamed on Twitch, Twitch made a small change that makes a big headache for anybody who's streaming from a Mac. Now, all of you who know my show for a long time will know that obviously my actual stream is produced on a PC, but I use, the Mac Mini is a really, really powerful encoding device, so I use my Mac Mini to handle all the encoding, which allows me to play really, really cool video games on my computer without slowing everything down by having to encode the stream on this computer. So basically everything is done on my computer, and then it's encoded by a Mac and gets sent out to Twitch or to YouTube or to whatever. It's not Mac's problem, actually, put the screw in the tuna. In this particular case, it's actually, depending on who you want to blame, either OBS Studio or Twitch. You see, Twitch made a change to the things that they allow you to stream to their service, and as it turns out, the Mac version of OBS has a setting that Twitch does not like. Now, instead of you know, making this very clear, on the Mac version of OBS, you have to go manually, and when I say manually, I mean you have to go locate your like profile, and you have to actually change those settings manually. You need to type into a thing and change the code so that it forces that change, or else Twitch will simply block your stream entirely without any real communication as to why. So, yeah, it sucks. It really, really sucks. I apologize for everyone who is going to have to deal with ads during this stream, but there is not a whole lot I can do about it. I sort of just accepted that Twitch changed their whole ad thing. They already had ads before. But you're probably gonna get some ads, and I apologize about that. Yeah, you have to change the config file, which really, really sucks. God, it's so fucking annoying. So, yeah. Anyway, here we are today on Twitch, and that's because I got banned on YouTube. As you all know, I'm a YouTube streamer. Unfortunately, I was falsely reported on YouTube for election fraud misinformation. Now, that is incredibly, incredibly infuriating, as you know, since the literal moment that Donald Trump ever fucking lied about the election fraud bullshit. Ever since he made up that bullshit, I have been debunking that shit. And in fact, some of you who've been around for a long time will actually remember that that actually not only is this false ban inspired by that, but the first ever channel strike I ever got on my channel, which they never corrected, because it's the freebie, it's the warning. My warning was wasted on a video, and a video that was devoted to debunking Donald Trump. This was a reaction to the Trump tapes from Georgia way back when, one of the first times that Donald Trump ever engaged in this type of shit, and it was literally him saying that, oh, I want you to find those votes. He was interrogating the Attorney General in Georgia. I believe it was the Attorney General in Georgia. And I got a strike for that. I got a strike for saying that it was insane that Donald Trump was trying to claim that there was election fraud while intimidating this guy. And I got a strike for election fraud misinformation, a category which exists because of Republicans. That category did not exist to any meaningful extent until Donald Trump and the Republicans invented a literal fraud. A fraud to claim fraud. Donald Trump, oh my God, it's so fucking annoying. Oh, no, you're all good. Yasmin, you're all good. Yasmin with the $5. Yo, Demon Mom, I'm here watching with my boyfriend. He really likes this, so you have a new fan and a sub. Hey, thank you very much. Don't you worry at all. I'm just kind of raging. Don't you? You never have to apologize for donating. I deeply appreciate the love and the support. Oh my God, it is so, oof. God, it's so annoying. My hair's all messed up too, which really sucks. Makes me feel bad. My hair looks terrible. I was just like angrily sitting at my computer trying to fix the problems. Oh my God, it's just, whew. I don't even know like what the best way to control the ads. Yeah, Twitch just inserts ads. The ads are supposedly set to 3 ads per hour, which should not be too much, but I don't really know what the deal is. Let me see if I can change that. Here, let me go to my creator dashboard and I'll see if I can change the ads. Because I just accepted the default settings because that's what I wanted. I have disabled pre-roll ads. Ad spacing. There's supposed to be only 1 ad every 30 minutes. And there shouldn't be any more. That should be it. Maya Major, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Deeply appreciate the Prime subs. And Nuts, thank you very much for the Prime subs. I still do get money from Twitch. So if you Prime sub, I will still make money. I'm still an affiliate on Twitch. So yeah. I have pre-rolls. Oh, the reason why it's rolling ads is because I am supposed to manually roll them. Oh, that is so fucking annoying. Okay, everybody. Okay, so it ran the ad. Okay, so I have to do that again sometime soon. Why is the only quality setting 1080p? I have no fucking clue. Your guess is as good as mine. I will try to remember to manually run ads, and when I manually run ads, I will make sure that I will do my best to make sure that it does not interrupt the content. Thank you, ManShadow3, for the Prime sub. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Got any Blue Dream pre-rolls? Oh, that would be fucking sick. I sure wish. I honestly, you know what? Fuck. Maybe I'm gonna. All right, there we go. Now I'm doing a little better. All right, there we go. Now things are gonna be a little better. Okay, there we go. There's no pre-roll there for you, but there you go. Oh my God, don't worry. It's just flavoring. It's just flavoring, that's all. How did Demon Mama get banned on YouTube? That is a fantastic question. I got banned on YouTube due to a false report. The stated reason was that I did election misinformation, but of course that is not true. And in fact, not only is it not true, but it's the opposite of the truth. I actually provided YouTube with the timestamp of when I explicitly stated that Donald Trump was lying about the election fraud. So like, not only did I get totally false reported, but it was the opposite. There's a section in my video where I explicitly say that Donald Trump is pushing a big lie about election fraud. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. When I saw that you were banned, I was sure it was because of the stream title. No, I didn't do anything wrong with my stream title. My stream title follows TOS. Hey, we're on a level 3 hype train thanks to Hexy72 with the Prime sub, Mecha Mayu with the Prime sub, Exoskeletal Patchwork with the Prime sub, Defective New with the Prime sub, and Spectacular Snyderman with the Tier 1. Happy Black History Month to my black queer imps. Indeed. Wow, we need to do a Black History Month segment because I haven't even done anything like that because this entire month has been me pulling my hair out over technical issues and other silly things. Oh, shit. Oh no, hold on a second. I have to fix something. I have to take out our nice, we can't have our funny words, everyone. That's right, I have to remove all the funny words. Oh, where's my chat settings? I have to go in and I have to get rid of the funny words. Where's my damn, how do I get rid of the, oh, I don't know how to do that on my website right now. Oh, I don't know how to do that on my website right now. I need to get rid of the funny words. Nobody say any funny words, okay? No funny words. No slur challenge, okay? None of it. It'll get me banned. Don't get me banned, please. Discordant Vol with the Prime sub, thank you so much. I hate Twitch. YouTube is much better. Well, you know what? Right now, I'm very appreciative of Twitch. I'm a big Twitch fangirl. As everybody knows, I love Twitch. Twitch is the best. Incredible. Nothing is better than Twitch. Twitch is the best. I love it. Amazon, Jeff Bezos. Ah, here we go. Woo! Woo! Anyway. Oh yeah, I gotta give you mod. Hold on a second. Let me give you mod status. How do I do it? Mod. Anybody who needs mod, anybody who is a mod and needs mod status, just tell me and I'll try to make sure that it happens. Da, da, da. You wanna know what I can do? You wanna know what's cool though? Did you guys know that I can listen to music? You wanna listen to music? I can play you all a really sick ass song. Who wants to listen to a sick ass song? I'm gonna make you listen to a sick ass song, all right? This is a song that I've been listening like crazy to recently, okay? Here we go. Enjoy this with me while I warm up my voice and while we hang out before I actually get into the heart of things. Also, please make sure that you tell your friends that we are on Twitch tonight. We do have an amazing 235 viewers, but, you know, still, that's less than our usual. These days we get 350 viewers. This song is so beautiful, it makes me want to cry every time I hear it. No joke. This is called Caroline by Magnolia. It's so good. Thank you for the hype train, my lovely imps. Thank you very, very much. It's appreciated a lot.
From the graves of my tangled vines in this heart of mine. Caroline, you are in love.
How beautiful is that? Is that not an absolutely beautiful song? And it's not even over. There's more!
Summertime, 1989. 7 years seem to disappear. And I wonder if you wonder. I dream that you dream about all the times that we could have had in backyards and baths and ballrooms, bowling alleys. Come on inside if you need to hide, 'cause I've got a room with books and a killer view.
If anyone want to help out, I just posted about it. Y'all can go retweet that if you want to help out.
Caroline, you were in love with me. You were never in love. You were never in love with me. Caroline, you were in love.
I can understand that, Ashmar, but at the same time, I truly believe that that song is singing your heart out, even if his voice is quiet. The content of the song is. It would be hard to communicate that type of feeling in any other way. The song Caroline by Magnolian, which we just listened to, is phenomenally deep, and it's this sort of like dreamy, I don't know, it's a dreamy meditation on a failed relationship, and I know that feeling very well. There's a line in the song that says 7 years seemed to disappear, and I know that feeling. I was in a relationship for almost 7 years, very, very early on in my life when I was very young. And I know that feeling like nothing else. And that song really captures the feeling of like what it's like to end a relationship that has been very long. Yeah. You want to turn dabbing back on? Oh my God, no way. There is no way. I can't do that. I need to be careful. I've been hurt. My back has been hurting like a fuckload lately. So please don't make me dab a whole bunch. I'm actually like doing work on my back right now. It's a big deal. Magnolian is a Mongolian band. Yes, they are. And they also have quite a lot of incredible music. I highly recommend, highly recommend checking out their music. Magnolian is the band, and they are amazing. I was recently turned on to them by a little-known artist that some of you may know, but by the Cocteau Twins. I don't think I have. I'll have to go check that out. Yeah. I should close. Here's what I should do. How do I get rid of this one? Let's get rid of this. How do I need to change something real quick. Yeah, there we go. Let's free up some space. All right, there we go. That looks a lot better. I'm adjusting because I had to change my whole OBS layout in order to be prepared for Twitch. We have so much to talk. We have so much to talk about. We have so much to talk about, and I am so out of it. I just spent the last hour like doing intense tech corrections, and oh boy. Anyway, I'm just hoping that we get to see a bunch of people come on in. That would be fantastic. Oh, Zan, thank you for the retweet. Aw, thank you so much. I don't know if Zan's watching right now, but Zan, if you're watching, thank you very much for the retweet. I loved the title of this stream. I know. Those of you who don't know, I can show you. Hold on. Did you change your Cloudflare settings? I have not. I have not changed my Cloudflare settings. I'm sorry if anything broke. Mr. Krabs with the $5 here. Here is a fresh meme. Okay, I'll make sure that I check the other ones. Don't worry. Oh my God, I'm getting a little tiny overwhelmed. Tiny bit. Oh my God, my brain is failing. Ah! What a mess. What a fucking mess. See, this is why I need to be able to prepare without getting my channel banned and without having to do a bunch of fucking tech bullshit. So many fresh memes, so many goddamn memes. Anyway, thank you so much. Mr. Krabs got both of your donations. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Aska, for sending me the meme as well. Thank you very, very, very much. You all are incredible. So, thank you. All right, this meme is great, okay? This meme is very good. Everybody's telling me to say slurs. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's simply not gonna happen. Not bad numbers here. Hannah Reloaded and Actual Jake make a living on here with numbers like these. If you get stuck here, you'll be okay. Oh, if I get stuck on Twitch, if YouTube, if I get hit by more stuff and I get stuck on Twitch, I'm going to be changing the channel. I will be taking a short break, and then I will be restructuring the channel if that happens. And you'll understand why I will be doing that if that happens. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Say bazinga. I can say nanners. Oh, I can say all kinds of things. There's just certain ones that I can't say. There's a Splatfest going on in Splatoon 3 where 3 themed team goes head to head to decide which is better. This time it's milk chocolate versus dark choco versus white choco. Which one do you officially endorse? Dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is the best by far. Also, did YouTube ban me? Yes, YouTube did give me a week-long suspension, which absolutely and utterly sucks. But I'm hoping it will be resolved quickly. Yeah. And thank you, Vontux. Thank you very, very much for the 200 bits, Vontux. I forgot to explicitly say that, but thank you very, very much. Am I gonna talk about the amazing new game? Oh yes, oh yes. We're gonna talk about fucking Harry Potter. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Don't you worry, don't worry. I'm gonna talk about Harry Potter. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about Hogwarts Legacy, guys. Guys, don't worry, I'm gonna talk about it. Don't worry. I'm gonna talk about Hogwarts Legacy. Don't fucking, I'm gonna talk about it. It's gonna be Hogwarts Legacy, Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling. I'm gonna fucking talk about it, okay? Fuck. Fucking Flipendo ass fucking Wingardium Leviosa fucking Bezoar fucking bullshit. Dumbledore my fucking ass. Don't even, that's not even the beginning. That is, I have been provoked by the world, you understand? Okay, hold on. Let me show you what I look like most of the time, okay? Most of my life, hold on. Let me just show you what I look like most of my life, okay? Let me just show you, okay? Where the hell did it go? Here we go. Okay, most of my life, what? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me! You've got to be kidding me. My hotkeys aren't working for OBS now. You mother fucking... It should be. Why? That's not right. That's fucked up. Damn, that's fucked up. It's fucked up. Why is it not working? There we go. Wow, that's out of date. Oh well, whatever. This is what I look like most of my life, okay? I look like this like big squishy animal down here, okay? Most of my life, that's what I try to be, okay? I sit around and I try to be as cozy and as nice to the people in my life as possible, okay? And I hang out with my lovely pack of critters. I hang out up in my home state with my little sisters. I just chill, you know? I lay around, I get cozy, I watch movies, I think about movies, I think about politics, and then fucking Harry Potter comes back into my fucking life and screams in my fucking face, okay? And I'm gonna yell about it because everybody has to get me all the time with the fucking bullshit. They ruined my ship? What do you mean your ship? Oh no, they got Posadas John! The UFO shot over Alaska. Oh my God, they got him. No, they fucking got him. Posadas John. Oh. Okay, so, oh boy. All right, hold on. We got 2 memes. I've been sent 2 memes. No, I've been sent 3 memes. We have to look at these memes. No further can we go until we watch these memes.
Easy clap.
Oh God.
You guys believe in me, right?
Good luck. Computing.
What the fuck?
Would you like to restart to install update?
Does the update support me?
Oh, there he goes. Wow.
Broly, go kick him.
What?
Ow.
All right,
He's
so do
awake.
you support me now?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, you
Something
That's
ain't
not
right.
normal.
Hey, yo!
That's not normal. This Goku's looking more sinister than usual.
I kinda like evil Kakarot. I'm kind of about it.
The only good Kakarot is a dead Kakarot.
Oh, re-jump. Bug.
I'm so sick.
My God, honey, you're so good at fighting games. Well done. I wish I was as good as you. Hiya!
One day you roll shit. Easy clap.
Oh God.
All right, everybody, that's the first meme. That's the first meme. Are we ready for the second meme?
Having a bad time, Jimmy. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm about to. Hold this. Here we go.
Wow.
You know what? This is gonna.
Is that fucking Carl Weezer? Is that motherfucking Carl Weezer? Is that Carl motherfucking Weezer? It's Carl Weezer? He doesn't have his inhaler.
Need all 100% of my power. I need to get my shirt off.
What is that model?
Oh my God, it's
done with
Mickey!
Thank you.
Bring him back.
It's taking all my brain power to play this Krusty Krab employee.
I gotta go. Golden.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
Okay, but that voice doesn't sound anything like Carl Weezer. That Carl Weezer impersonation is just, it's not happening. It's not there.
I'm dead.
Yo, he looks like a SoundCloud rapper.
You're right, Jimmy. There are only two sexes. The sex I have with your dad and the sex I have with your mom. Having a bad time, Jimmy. I don't.
Well, we did it, everybody. Something is definitely incorrect about my fucking camera. Okay, this is the other meme that I received, okay? Serpent Sortia! Comet Azure! And then he looks scared, and then this is an Elden Ring meme. That only real Elden Ring people will get this meme. And also, if you want to play a game that has lots of spells in it, where you get to go to a spell school, you should play Elden Ring, because there's a spell college there. And guess what? The cool thing about the Elden Ring spell school is they let trans people inside. And there's sexy women in there as well. And they're all having a big sleepover, which is like, wow. Who could have, wow. Wow. There's a big mommy. There's big birth mommy. You certainly chose your words carefully on that one. Interesting there. Elden Ring's miracles are based off of the writings of Aleister Crowley. A lot of magic is based off of the writings of Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley created an entire system of occult practice known as Thelema, which has like 100 different offshoots. There are like literally so many different offshoots of Aleister Crowley's occult system. It's pretty wild. Anyway, Thelema, I hardly know. Is it possible to buy the game secondhand? Would that be ethical? Don't worry, we're gonna talk about that. PresidentSunday says, how's the YouTube situation? Still suspended. Absolutely motherfucking sucks. However, such is life. Yeah. At least I'm on Twitch? Yes, at least I'm on Twitch. I mean, thank God that the only good streaming service, Twitch, exists. Okay, I need to fix something before it drives me crazy. I need to fix the brightness problem. There is a small brightness problem, and I don't understand what's up. Where's the thing here? What's going on? I wanna fix this. The brightness needs to go down just a tiny bit so that it's not so damn bright on my fucking face. Hopefully that's a little bit better. All right. Twitch should hire someone to make a mobile app that works. Yeah. You know, thank you for the feedback on the world's best streaming system, twitch.tv. Yeah. True. That would cost money, but they have money because they're so successful and never do anything wrong. Google engaging in cultural suppression by banning Demon Mama from YouTube. Okay, you guys have to understand, this is the second time that I've been falsely banned from YouTube, the third time that I've been falsely reported on YouTube, and the fourth time total that I have been falsely and the third time total that I have been falsely banned. Remember that Twitch falsely banned me for 30 days after a mass reporting campaign from a certain other streamer on this platform. That also happened, and they didn't get back to me for over 2 weeks, so I lost 2 weeks of income. That was before I was set up on YouTube. But don't worry, but thank goodness that it only took them 2.5 weeks to reverse that false ban. Thank goodness that Twitch worked so quickly to fix my problem. Oh yeah, that's right. He's not on this platform anymore. I forgot about that. Based. The ban on YouTube is for election fraud disinformation. Election fraud misinformation. And what they mean by that is that I said in one video, I said one line where I said Donald Trump has been pushing the election fraud lie for a long time. That's what they banned me for. I provided them with the timestamp in which I explicitly denounced those claims, and it still doesn't matter, it seems, which sucks. Sorry about that, Capo. I don't know what's going on. I'm really sorry about that. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh yeah, it's time. Yeah, it's gonna run an ad every 30 minutes, but. Yo, is this a Donald Trump stream? Go Trump. This is not a Donald Trump stream. You are sorely mistaken if you think that this is a Donald Trump stream. But it's, you know what? Stick around. Stick around. No, don't ban people for just saying that, Ginger Snaps. You can't ban them just for saying they like Trump. We need to have chuds. Unban them. Unban them. Yeah, see? There you go. They're not banned. They're returned. It's okay. Let them be there. Yeah, see? It's okay. People thought that you were the same person from before. Don't worry. Yeah, so much for the tolerant left. No, it's okay. Usually, if people come around spamming shit like that, you know, we'll ban them, but not today. It's all good. Did I lose my points? You didn't lose any points. Don't worry. You're all good. Or at least you shouldn't have. I know you were just joking. Don't worry. You're all good. Yeah, people are redeeming their points to get nothing. It's great. You used to be able to spend social credit points on making me dab, but it got so annoying, people would make me dab all stream, every stream, so I got rid of it, because it was terrible. Will this stream be uploaded to YouTube later as a video? Ideally, yes, but that depends on if YouTube decides to fix the suspension or not, so, yeah. Yeah, so hopefully it will be. Yeah, we need a dab cooldown. I could have made it a lot more costly. Yeah, but I don't know. I just think the channel points kind of suck. The channel points could be fun if they were a little more involved, and I guess maybe some channels do a lot with channel points. I don't know. To me, it just seems like the channel points aren't, like, I don't know, they don't work very well. Yeah, hydration checks and stretch checks, but I drink my water regularly. I drink my water well. I could use a stretch check, but maybe I should do a stretch. Maybe I should do stretches more frequently. There are specific games that let you use the points with in-game stuff. That's pretty cool. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Louis Vuitton says, you mean to say channel points are just one of the great features that are featured on the best streaming platform in the world, twitch.com. I mean, .tv. Yeah, that's a good idea, Danny Fallen. That's a good idea. I do know that the Cult of the Lamb has Twitch benefits, but I was doing my own. See, I was free-handing that stuff. I was doing great on my own. I really need to make sure that I'm running the ads regularly, or else you guys are gonna get fucking slapped every 30 minutes. Did I talk about the Harry Potter game yet? No, I haven't. Don't worry, everybody. I will soon. How did getting your tongue split feel? Was it super painful or less than expected? Is it ever an inconvenience or annoying? Been something I've been considering for a long time. Goblin mode, to answer your question, it was less painful than I expected to actually get it split. It was still painful, but it was much less painful than I expected. It was over very quickly. The actual split was really, really quick, and the person that did it for me was a very, very fast suturer, so I was stitched up very, very quickly with very little pain. However, the recovery was incredibly painful. It's a quick recovery. It only takes about 6 days to heal up from a split tongue. However, it hurt a lot. The first few nights were genuinely just very, very agonizing. It was really, really difficult to sleep. It was really, I couldn't speak at all. I couldn't eat anything. It stung constantly. It was very difficult for the first 6 days or so after the healing. The first 3 days were the worst, and then it gets a little better. Getting the sutures out hurt a lot. But overall, significantly less painful than I thought it was going to be. When I prepared myself for like the worst pain that I'd ever felt in my entire life, and it was not the worst pain that I had ever felt in my entire life. It was bad, of course, but yeah. Is it ever an inconvenience? Not really. I had to practice my speech a lot, as you all know. I talk for a living. And some words I struggle with still. So for example, F's, like, well, no, wait, not F's, TH. I struggle a tiny, tiny bit with TH sounds now, once in a while, especially if I'm very tired. Sometimes I will mess those up and it will just kind of come out like a, but it's not that big of a deal. And the recovery was really easy, and all it took was me just practicing a little bit. And S's can be a little difficult sometimes. See, I was literally tripping myself up there by thinking about the different things that I struggle with. But yeah, it's not so bad. And I really, really like it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, for me, it was very, very worth it. And it has not been an inconvenience in any serious way, and I love it, because I can do stuff like this. Which is pretty sick. Can I roll my R's? Yep, easy. The cut in the tongue does not affect the rolling R unless your tongue is really, really short. But relleno. It's not so hard. Can you control each side independently? Yes, but it's a little harder on the left side, which is not like, I'm right side dominant, so you can see I can move them, but my left side is a little weaker than my right side. I'm a little surprised you aren't uploading to Odyssey as well. A place is good for techies, but darn does the site have a bunch of openly fast users. I go there to passively watch weirdos cringe and cry, and trans people existing being happy because it makes me feel powerful. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do that. Sorry, let me double check about the donation. I apologize if I missed it. Mr. Krabs says, all right, last meme for the day. All right, we have one more meme. Hey, it's these guys again. This one is undeniably a Sonic meme. How is taste? Unaffected. My taste has been completely not affected at all. There is the tiniest little spot that's like, has a little tiny bit less feeling. One tiny spot on my right side, but it is almost unnoticeable. It's like there's a little tiny spot that's a little bit numb still, but yeah, it was, and I unironically believe that spot that I don't have, like there's like I said, super tiny spot. I think that came from a time that I bit my tongue really hard. I don't like that happened after, because the feeling, I don't know, I could be wrong. It could be from the split tongue, but I also bit my tongue extremely, extremely hard one time. Yeah. Let's, yeah. Like, I mean, I bit my tongue hard enough that it bled. It was an accident. I was like distractedly trying to bite something really hard, and I like caught my tongue between the sharpest part, the two sharpest teeth. It hurt so bad. Like, it was bad enough that it almost made me cry. And I have a high pain tolerance. But anyway. All right, let's watch this meme. Let's see the meme. All right.
Wait, that's me! No, come back to me! Where are you going?
How y'all gonna combine and make mid?
Burn detected, infinite, should feel guilt and shame.
The sum of their parts are weaker than the total result.
Oh no, he's not.
Okay, but that happens all the time, though. That happens, like, all the time. Sometimes people impede each other, and when they try to work together in close proximity, they're worse than they were.
Disassembling.
Oh no, he's mid!
Okay, that
Do
one
the
was
super. I
good.
want to see that super. I want to see the super.
Take the arms off.
Removing.
Oh, it's sick.
Yeah, it's sick. Yeah. That's sick. That's sick.
I want to see level 3.
I want to see 1 3.
It gets better. You will watch.
Yeah, show me, Omega. Show me your power.
Kill the dishonor. Kill the dishonor. Kill the dishonor. Kill the dishonor.
Well, I think, are you dead? Oh, you might be
I'm
dead.
dead.
Okay.
Farewell.
Hear us out. We can get the Dragon Balls and then, the Chaos
Those
Emeralds,
are not
excuse me.
Dragon Balls.
All right, shut up, idiots. You're dead. Oh, man, I didn't know ghosts talk.
Shadow came in. Holy shit, is that Shadow the Hedgehog? Fortnite asks, have you seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? Listen, I'm gonna be 100% real with everybody. Puss in Boots? Really? Like, are we being honest here? I know, I've heard people say that it's a good movie, but like, can we remember what we're talking about? It's a fucking spin-off of a Shrek spin-off. Like, are we being real here? It's better than Avatar. That, you mean Avatar: The Way of the Water? Like, am I really supposed to be shamed for not being interested in a fucking Puss in Boots movie? Are you guys for real right now? I don't know. Maybe it's good. I mean, to be fair to the chat, who's being incredibly embarrassing right now, I want you to know that the average age of my chat is, between 25 and 35. So statistically, a bunch of grown adults are getting severely offended in chat that I don't like their Puss in Boots movie. They're for babies. But to be fair to the adult babies in chat, Andor was absolutely phenomenal. And that's a Star Wars thing, and Star Wars is literally made for children and baby. So Andor was like beyond good. Like, Andor is, in my opinion, the best piece of Star Wars media that has been made since the original trilogy. I mean that, like, no qualifiers. Andor is so good that it made me feel for just a moment like Star Wars is something that could actually be made for thinking people, if it wasn't, Star Wars. Demon Mama, are you shaming us for our interests? Oh, no. No, I'm not shaming you at all. It's okay. Andor is unironically, though, so good. So good. KOTOR, KOTOR is really good. Sorry, I should have said films, not not media, because there have been a ton of Star Wars games that were really good. Yeah. Clone Wars is not bad. Rogue One is I enjoyed Rogue One. But yeah, but no joke, Andor is fucking phenomenal. Fucking phenomenal. Demon Mama is a bully. Yes. Get it out of your system. Do you guys not remember what, Mama, sometimes you need to watch kitty stuff? You, bitch, are you fucking kidding me? Mama, you need to sometimes watch fucking kitty stuff? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys subject me to fucking, like literally children's YouTube channels constantly. You guys make me sit through fucking Sonic and fucking, Blues Clues ass memes all the fucking time. Don't even try. Don't even fucking try. Holy shit, chat. Oh my God, I'm gonna, that's it. Do you guys not remember what I named the stream title on YouTube? Let me just remind you what it would have been if we were on YouTube if we hadn't gotten banned, okay? Here, I'm gonna give you a direct image of the screen that I had prepared for YouTube, okay? There you go, that's what it would have been. If here, you want me to zoom in onto the actual title there for you? Hold on, there we go. So I'm gonna watch Puss in Boots. Unironically, I probably will watch Puss in Boots. I probably will. I know everybody said it was good, so maybe I'll give it a watch. It's fucking Shrek shit, you know? Like, come on. You can't blame me for not taking it seriously. Also, okay, hold on. Let me tell you a quick story, okay? Here, I'm gonna double down and make everybody even angrier, okay? I'm gonna make everybody even angrier. Which is the first thing that I saw about Puss in Boots was this viral Twitter post in which people were like, this is filmmaking. Now this is filmmaking. And they put a clip from Puss in Boots up, and it was like Puss in Boots, and he gets scared, and like the hairs on his neck stand up, and then he looks over his shoulder, and then it does like a cartoon ow noise, and there's this like really goofy looking wolf in like a cloak, and he has like the DreamWorks face. He's going, and he has like these little weapons, and then that was it. And I was like, oh yeah, bro, that's fucking filmmaking, bro. Oh, that's fucking, this is the real deal. And so I was just kind of like, bruh. Okay, just a little bit, all right? It's a clip from Twitter. I just said, are you people for real? Are you actually getting offended about this? I just said it was a viral clip on Twitter was the first thing I saw about the movie. Oh my dear God. Now everybody's gonna come in and tell me about how actually in the context of the film, that scene is a deep meditation. Puss in Boots' hair standing up on the edge is a deep meditation about the effects of PTSD on the human psyche. And then we're gonna, and then if you watch the rest of the movie in context, it's actually a giant metaphor for the ravages of capitalism and all that whatever. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna make us sit here. If you keep this fucking up, I'm gonna make all fucking 300 of you who are here watching my stream right now, I'm gonna make all of you go and we're gonna watch the fucking B-movie analysis, the hour-long B-movie analysis by Big Joel, which is unironically good and unironically does point out that the B-movie actually does have deep systemic analysis on it. But still, it's fucking B-movie. Okay, and? There's nothing left for me. I have no hope. My chat, it's my own fault. This is my own fault. Of course, being the type of person who constantly encourages people to think deeper about things, of course, I can't just make a little bit of fun about the fucking Puss in Boots movie. This is the audience that I've cultivated. An audience that refuses to allow me to have stupid knee-jerk reactions to children's cartoons and unironically says that I'm being like bad for it. Look at what I've done. Look at what I've created. I've created a critical and deep thinking audience that won't let me just get mad at the kiddie movie made by fucking DreamWorks. It's not a Twitch problem. It's no one to blame but myself. B movie is cinema. Okay, let's not get out of hand. Okay, let's not get out of hand here. Okay. Encanto, I have not seen Encanto, but I've heard it's good. Yeah, no, unironically though, all jokes aside, I probably will watch the Puss in Boots movie at some point. But I've been busy watching other movies lately. In fact, it's about that time of day where I tell you about the most recent movie that I watched. Are you ready for me to talk about a movie that is definitely not a film for children or babies? It's a movie starring Mads Mikkelsen, a film called I don't know if I'm saying this right, but Jagten, I think is how it's pronounced, spelled with a J, Jagten. It is a movie about a school teacher who is falsely accused of molesting a child. And it is a pretty depressing film, I'm not gonna lie. And it was a good movie. I actually quite enjoyed it, and I actually thought it did a very good job handling the subject matter, because it doesn't like demonize the victim, even though the victim does basically cause, or the child who unintentionally, like, I don't want to spoil everything, but the long and short of it is that the child has a crush. This little child has a very bad home life, like a really, really bad home life. And she kind of develops like a very childlike, crush on her teacher, who basically her teacher is constantly able to keep her from having to deal with the abuse that's dealing with at home. And so she tries to give him like a Valentine's Day Valentine, basically. And he tells her like, you can't do that. That's not okay. And it makes the kid really mad because, you know, kids have complicated emotions and they don't know how to communicate themselves. So in anger, the kid says, so I skipped something. The kid's older brother shows her a porn video at one point, and she doesn't know what it means. She doesn't understand really anything about it, but her older brothers are laughing at the porn video, so she thinks it's a joke. And basically, when she gets mad at Mads Mikkelsen's character, the teacher, she tells the teacher that he did something that she saw in the porn video. And the other teacher, basically is like, we have to take this super seriously. And it spirals out of control from there because people tell other people, and it spirals into this whole thing, and it results in the complete and utter destruction of Mads Mikkelsen's life. And it's a really, really, really rough movie. And the whole thing, like the message is not it takes great care to not demonize the child or really anyone, which is kind of interesting. The most demonized character is actually the child's father, the guy who was like making the home life kind of abusive and shit. And he used to be Mads Mikkelsen's best friend, and it becomes very complicated. It's a very, very good movie. Sorry, it's called Jagten, also known as The Hunt. Here, I can show the movie thumbnail, hold on. Yeah, so hold on a second. Let me show the movie. Oh, okay, so yeah, it is officially called The Hunt in English. I just apparently had the non-English version. Here's the film cover. It's a really, I mean, it's a great film cover, don't get me, like, it's really good. But this is Mads Mikkelsen's character. Yeah, it's a Danish film. It is a very, very good film. But yeah, it is a complicated subject matter. Again, it's a very depressing movie, because he doesn't do anything wrong. He didn't hurt anybody. And in fact, some of it is pinned on the fact that he's like he's a very lonely guy. His wife left him, and since then he's really struggled with socializing. So there's kind of this whole aspect of like the town is suspicious of him and makes fun of him for being socially isolated. And yeah, it's a very, very good film, but just keep in mind it's a pretty serious film, and there's a lot of raw depictions of violence. So yeah. But yeah, it is a film that is ultimately about a non-malicious false allegation. A very young child sort of saying something offhand. And again, like I said, the reason I liked the movie was because it took great pains to not frame like victims as bad people at all. Or anything like that, and it didn't like try to make like a cancel culture statement or anything like that. Instead, it tried to outline the way that that good intentions can become something evil because people are rushing to conclusions and they're unwilling to go slowly. And it does get really, really sad. Just so like a lot of bad things happen to Mads Mikkelsen's characters throughout the film. But yeah. Someone I follow put this on their best films of that year, so I plan to watch it eventually. Yeah. Real Talk Channel says, it sounds like in the movie, the sad things that people created the situation and didn't do it on purpose. That's true to a certain degree. Although there are certain characters who take it to the next level. There are a couple of characters in the film who go so far as to like go out of their way to ruin his life. And those characters are the ones that are framed as sort of villainous because they're not actually, because it sort of frames them as not actually interested in justice or anything along those lines, but instead just looking for an excuse to be cruel. For example, there is a store owner in the town who basically from the moment that it happens, like basically is going out of his way to ruin Mads Mikkelsen's entire family's life. And it's sort of framed as though he doesn't actually care. He doesn't even know the child. He doesn't care about the child at all. He just looked for an opportunity to be cruel. Yeah. Demon Mama needs to get on Letterboxd. I am on Letterboxd. Did you know that? I write reviews on Letterboxd. But I actually have some really good news that's cooler than my Letterboxd, which is that sometime this month, I will be launching a new oh, sorry, that's not my profile. Hold on, I gotta send you to my profile. Hold on. Here we go. There's my profile. Bada boom. Go check out my reviews. I have a ton of reviews on there already. I've reviewed 20 films on there already. So go check it out and you can see my thoughts on a bunch of different movies. But later this month, I am beginning a new project, which is I am going to be starting my own media blog on my website. So you will be able to get to it from the demonmama.com homepage It will be a long-form essay blog where I'm going to be basically just writing like essays that are going to be edited and everything like that about media that I think is valuable and important. And it's going to be on my own homepage. So you will be able to go there, you'll be able to RSS feed it, you'll be able to do whatever the hell you want to keep track of it, but it'll be in a blog format instead of any of this social media crap. Because the reason why I wanted to do this, of course, like there's some poetic irony present in the fact that I got banned off of YouTube unjustly for literally doing the thing that YouTube wanted me to do, which is, but whatever. I want to have a place where I can write long form media in an attractive format that's easy to read, where people can find my media recommendations very easily. It's a thing I've wanted to do for a long time, but I'm finally going to be doing it this month. Yeah, so, yeah. Olivia the OK says, sounds like you have a very, very interesting taste in films. Sadly, it seems like most of them would be far too emotionally brutal for my taste. Oh yeah, something you should know about me is I like emotionally devastating films. Actually, I just like emotionally devastating media in general. And the reason for that is because there's a lot of reasons, but I love intense emotional experiences, and I love films and movies that confront things that I have not yet had to confront, or that teach me something about something that I have. And for that, I think that sometimes they have to go very extreme in that regard. So I really, really do appreciate very intense and emotionally painful films. I find them to be enlightening, and they make me feel better equipped to deal with problems in my own life. Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, there we go. 5 ads? Really? The ad cut me out completely? Wow, this is so annoying. Hold on, maybe I can change them. Can I change the ad? Hold on, I'm gonna try and change the ad frequency. This is getting really annoying. People are missing the things that I'm saying because of the ads. Oh, you donated a meme? Sorry, I missed it because I was ranting, because I do that. And my brain is really all over the place. Again, everyone, I really apologize for my brain being all the fuck over the place today. Today has been remarkably, remarkably stressful. Skunksy with the $5, thank you very, very, very much. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Let me see if I can change this damn fucking ad issue. You can't turn them off entirely. Oh, you can. Oh no, you can't. Hold on. Okay, now they are only gonna run once every hour, okay? Oh shit. Oh, they holy shit, they rip you off. They take off a ton if you don't run them frequently. Okay, well, whatever. Once every hour, I won't make any money from this stream. Please donate through my website, and I would deeply appreciate that. If you lower it past one ad every 30 minutes, you go from 55% ad share to 30% ad share. God, that's so terrible. 3 Monic, thank you very, very much. Qberry Shortcake, thank you very, very much for the Prime sub. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And also, Skunksy has provided us with one more meme. So we're gonna do this meme real quick, and then we're going to talk about Hogwarts Legacy. Are you guys ready to fucking talk about that? We're ready to talk about it.
Shorty a little baddie, she my little boo thing.
And Shorty got the fatty, Shorty be catching mood swing.
Wait, that was good. Sounds like a good song. I want to listen to that song. That was good. The animation was really good. Salty Cupcake with the $6.66. Thank you for being here, Mama. I finished Death Stranding recently, and I loved it so much. Thank you for pushing me to play that and getting me to try other games. Salty Cupcake, yes! That makes me so happy! Holy shit! You have no idea how fucking happy it makes me to hear that somebody played a game that I love and you also love it. That is one of the things I'm going to try and focus on more as the world goes forward. I want to be able to recommend media to people and know that they're having a sick ass time with it. That makes me so happy. Death Stranding is one of my favorite games of all time. It is a beautiful work of art in my opinion, and I'm so fucking happy that you enjoyed it. I genuinely are. I genuinely am. I genuinely are. Wow, my brain. My brain. Anyway, hopefully these ads won't. It's entirely your fault that I have 3 pathologic tattoos planned out. That's based though. That's like super, super based. That's beyond based. And you're welcome for that. Eichenfell is amazing. Okay, okay. Shin Godzilla is a Hideki Anno treatise about Japanese bureaucratic failures in the face of nuclear disaster. Strong recommend. I really liked Shin Godzilla, and I recommended it recently. So maybe you watched it on my recommendation. But yeah, Shin Godzilla is extremely good. Strongly recommend that film. It's very, very fun. Yes, everybody. I have good news. We don't have to talk about Hogwarts yet because I just got some sushi and I'm going to eat my sushi because I am not going to let the sushi. Oh, look at that. Oh, thank you very much.
I love you.
Thank you so much. Look at that. Now this is a genuinely wonderful meal. This is no fucking fast food. This is our local sushi place that I always say is amazing. Oh, this is so incredible. All right, I'm gonna play. Ooh, I should play some music while I eat and chat because there is no fucking way I am not eating this fresh. You all are just gonna have to cope and deal with it. And we have 300 viewers. You guys will be fine. What should I play? Let me play something good. I got some good ass music I can play. Ooh. I have so much good music I could play. I'm looking through all these really amazing videos I've been watching recently. Oh yeah, so something that I watch in my own time. Yo, Captain Eve, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much, Captain Eve. Deeply appreciate that. One of the types of videos that I watch in my own time that I've never watched on stream is I like to watch highly technical camping videos. So I don't really care for like super high production value camping videos. I like videos like camping videos where people go very in depth about how they do the camp. And I've been watching a ton of them lately, and they've been really, really good. I just thought I would mention that because it's a video type that I basically never talk about on stream, but something that I love a lot. Ooh, Let me see this real quick. I think I can play a cool song. Oh yeah, wait, there's a video I was sent earlier that I can play for us. Here we go, let's do it. All right, we're gonna watch this video together. This is a sick ass, this is a performance. I haven't seen this one, but I've heard it's really, really good. This is a cover of the Sultans of Swing, and it is on a gayagum, which is a large stringed instrument. games. The sushi and the music. God damn, that's good. God damn. What's this one? We got a meme. We got a One Piece meme. Okay, I don't know anything about One Piece, but all right, we'll watch the One Piece meme. Let's watch the One Piece
We're
meme.
the Straw Hat Pirates. And I'm fascism.
Based if true. Based if true. Fucking based if true. So, it's time. We can return to the previously scheduled programming, which will be fun, of course. Oh my God. Metal Gear. What about Metal Gear? You want me to show the meme? OG, what soup? Just a miso soup. Just a very simple miso soup. Oh man, we gotta talk about fucking Hogwarts Legacy, don't we? Oh my God. Oh my God. We gotta talk about Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, everybody. Well, hold on. Here's how I'm gonna be sure that we, okay, good. So it says that I haven't had to, it says that I don't have to run an ad anytime soon. So we shouldn't have anything to worry about that. Okay. Do I have a link to the first song? Oh, yeah, I do. 1 second. I can provide a link to the first song as well. 1 second here. Here we go. There we go. There's the link to the first song. There we go. It's time, everybody. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. Today, we finally have to talk about Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy. I have remained silent on this game for quite some time. Almost, oddly, like conspicuously quiet on this game, to the degree that people have been asking me for my opinions on Hogwarts Legacy in public and in private. And I've said next to nothing. I had one very tiny rant about it a couple of days ago on my stream where I said it looks terrible to me. The gameplay looks embarrassingly bad. It looks like a crappy Batman Arkham whatever clone. Like it just, even stylistically, it just looked like they just used the same stuff. It just looked just like an Arkham game to me. And so I didn't really talk about it a whole bunch. But as I didn't talk about it, more and more and more people were talking about it. And it got to the point where the worst point was last night, where no matter whether I went to Discord, no matter whether I went to YouTube, no matter whether I went to Twitter, there was a Hogwarts Legacy thing everywhere, on all platforms. I went to my Discord, Hogwarts Legacy. I went to my YouTube channel, I went to YouTube, Hogwarts Legacy videos. Like 3 or 4 Hogwarts Legacy videos had been fed to me. I went on Twitter, and every single time I refreshed, Hogwarts Legacy tweet. Hogwarts Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy, fucking Hogwarts Legacy! Wow! Harry Potter! I can't fucking believe it. Now, where do I don't even know where to begin on this thing. Except for saying, if you're watching this on YouTube in the near future, please make sure that you press like and subscribe, because you can help me not go as insane with the simple act of pressing like and subscribe. Of course, those who are watching now, if you say hi, chat, go ahead, say hi. Those who are watching live on my website, when this is being recorded, you guys don't have anything to worry about because of reasons. But in case we ever make it back to YouTube, you know, go ahead, say hi and whatever and do all that nonsense. But oh my God, okay? Hogwarts Legacy. Everybody talking about Hogwarts Legacy. Now, some of you might know, I know this might come as a shock to some of you, but I am trans. I am a trans woman. I have been a trans woman for a very, 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 very long time. I transitioned long before I started streaming, and I'm very open and loud about my status as a trans person. I am engaged in to some degree, advocacy of progressive politics online. I am a edutainer who regularly talks about politics. I talk about trans issues all the time. It's one of the biggest focuses of my channel. It has been since I started my channel. In fact, talking about trans issues has been one of the most important things to my channel, to me personally, regardless of the era of my channel. And that hasn't changed even a little. And so I'm sure some of you in chat are going, well then, surely you should have talked about Hogwarts Legacy. If you're really trans, then you should care about Hogwarts Legacy. And the truth is that I don't give a fucking shit about Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I am actively repulsed by its name. I am absolutely actively repulsed by the concept of Hogwarts Legacy. The game looks terrible, like I mentioned before, very briefly. The gameplay looks bad. The world looks boring and bland. Out of curiosity, like a month ago, I decided to go look up some gameplay previews because I was like, what's all the hubbub about? What's everybody talking about? Maybe this game is like a really big deal and that's why everybody's making such a big deal about it. And I proceeded to see the exact same gameplay clip copy pasted across dozens and dozens and dozens of channels. It's, in fact, if I try to summarize this gameplay loop from memory, many of you will know exactly what I'm talking about, okay? There's these little goblins going like this, and they're standing around at like a 8-foot distance from the main character, whose arm is going like this, and they're like, Crucio, Expelliarmus, Flipendo, Wingardium Leviosa. And they're sort of doing this, and there's these little sparks going everywhere, and there's a big statue of what appears to be like a raven or something, and at some point during the video, one of the goblins that's hopping around in the background, they like shoot a little laser over at the big statue of the raven, and then they go like this, they go like, huh, and it does like a little cinematic, and the statue falls over, and the goblin's like, ah, and gets crushed by the rocks from the statue. And they're like, and then it's like, astounding gameplay, stunning, truly astounding. You can, the environment, you can engage with the gaming environment. And I'm like, All right, guys. That's... Wow. Like, environmental damage. Being able to hurt people with objects in the environment is like a thing that's been around since, like, the first video games that were ever made. So, to be honest... basically every single person talking about Hogwarts Legacy for the last like 3 months to me has kind of looked like a giant soy jack emoji, okay? Like, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. The soy face though, that thing. I'm just kind of like, what is the, why are people so excited outside of it being Harry Potter? And people are, of course, the answer is that it's Harry Potter. And I remember liking Harry Potter a lot, okay? Like, I went to a midnight release for the final book of Harry Potter when I was a child, a literal, actual child, like a young teenager. I was very excited about Harry Potter. And Harry Potter was extremely fun for me when I was a child. And it was cool because as a child, I found the world very interesting and fun and colorful, and it seemed to deal with a lot of like sort of teenager, young adult teenager issues, and I was very excited. I was filled with a form of childish glee. And I had little replica wands. In fact, somewhere here in my house, I still have my replica wands. I like the books. I like the games. I had when I was a kid, we made costumes to dress up as Harry Potter characters. We used to eat the Birdie Bots, every flavored beans, and the chocolate frogs, and all of that stuff. And you know, it was Harry Potter. And, you know, obviously, since then, the Harry Potter series has undergone a number of changes. So, first of all, the normal Harry Potter series is all over. Secondly, the creator of Harry Potter, a woman named J.K. Rowling, created this, I'll call it interesting, this strange thing called the Potterverse, which is basically like a cinematic universe type thing, but for Harry Potter. But the Potterverse has like a website where she has written a bunch of like addendums and stuff. Like there's a bunch of random blog posts. Most of them are written by her, or some of them are written by her, some of them are not. All of them are supposed to be official. And in these, there's like little short stories and poems and pictures and little videos and whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, the type of stuff that you would expect from a cinematic universe. It's a website, you can go on, there's a forum, you can read fan fiction, etc. Yeah, and of course, the third and arguably the most impactful thing that has happened in the Harry Potter universe is the fact that in the years since Harry Potter's sort of prime, J.K. Rowling has come out unequivocally as an anti-trans activist. And when I say that she's an anti-trans activist, I mean it's like egregious. It's to the degree that like she spends a lot of her time online intentionally targeting and going on like long sort of speeches and screeds about how trans people are like invading women's spaces, about how trans people are like a mafia that's trying to come for you and your kids. It's very dramatic, in fact. It's the type of rhetoric that J.K. Rowling, did I say J.R. Rowling before? Whatever, it doesn't matter. J.K. Rowling engages in is very extreme. And I'm not trying to be dramatic. I mean, I'm talking that not only has she's been going to events that are like solely devoted to countering the trans menace. She has been openly friendly to, she has openly and publicly praised, she has retweeted the works of, people who have said some of the most like unhinged things you can imagine. I mean, she was associated with a number of the people who were involved in the group that quoted Mein Kampf at a rally against trans people. I'm not joking. That's a real thing that actually happened. And there was no like denouncement from her. There's just, you know, just despite the fact that all of her associates were there, that it was an organization that she's been associated with. It's really, really bad. There's the like number of things that she's done to indicate her hostility towards trans people is incredibly, incredibly large now. In addition to actually like unironically promoting fundraising for groups that are anti-trans, that are completely and utterly anti-trans. They spread anti-trans misinformation. They spread messages that say that trans people do things that they don't. She is obsessed. She is obsessed with trans people. And so that's, of course, the biggest thing that's happened in the Harry Potter universe, you know, since the heyday, since what most people remember, the sort of like childlike bliss of the days that they childishly participated in the cartoon or in the book series intended for children. It's a pretty big deal, right? Now, that, of course, has stained the history of Hogwarts and the history of Harry Potter for a lot of people. For me, I grew out, quote unquote, of Harry Potter. I don't really feel any need to consistently revisit the Harry Potter universe or whatever. Like 5 years ago, I think I read I listened to one or two of the books on audiobook while I was like exercising and stuff. But I don't know. I don't find like a whole lot of, personally, I don't find a whole lot of like draw back to the universe or whatever. But I don't know. But this game that just came out is a game called Hogwarts Legacy, and it has caused a complete like a stroke on social media. It won't go away. It wouldn't go away. Everybody was talking about it for fucking weeks, and it won't stop. And I want to talk about that aspect a bit, now that I've kind of given you all the rundown and explained my history with it and explained why, for people who might be watching my show who don't know all this already, you know, why people got mad at J.K. Rowling in the first place. So, I don't remember how long ago, but some time ago, this game Hogwarts Legacy was announced, and it was kind of considered to be a big deal because it's the first like Harry Potter game in a long time that wasn't like a Lego game, because there was a bunch of those Lego Harry Potter games and Lego Hogwarts and Lego Dumbledore and Lego Snivelius Snump and whatever other silly names this series has for all of its characters. Which, I mean, we could get into that. I already did like a funny video like 2 months ago where I talked about like the like extremely questionable creative decisions that went into certain aspects in the series. Like, I mean, okay, like the example that everybody goes to is there's a character in Harry Potter. All of you guys who are here probably know this, but I don't care. I'm going to say it again. In Harry Potter, there is a character whose name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, and he is the only black like Ministry of Magic character. He's a pretty major character, and he's a black guy, and his name is Kingsley Shacklebolt. He's not the only black wizard, but he's the only, he's like the only major character who's in any sort of position of power. Because as I understand it, there's like 2 kids at Hogwarts who have like normal, not Harry Potter names. But yeah, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the African wizard, and there's a lot of things like that. Okay, there's a lot of shit like that in Harry Potter that irks people and that makes it awkward and that makes all the naming conventions really, really fucking awkward. Okay, yeah, it's just, people were bringing up Cho Chang, like the most prominent Asian character is named Cho Chang, and it's like a nonsense name. Basically, it's a name that it takes one name from Korean and one name from Chinese, but she's supposed to be, I think she's supposed to be Korean, but I don't think they ever give a shit about that. They're just like, oh yeah, she's from Korea or some shit. It's bad. Oh yeah, of course, yes. Baphomet brings up the only known Jewish character is a character whose name is Anthony Goldstein, and he only exists because somebody asked J.K. Rowling, and she tweeted out like off the cuff, yeah, the first Jewish wizard was Anthony Goldstein, which doesn't even make any sense. And of course, there's a million things I could talk about. These are just the funny little naming things that people get irritated at. Mind XE Mag says, oh my God, who cares? It's fiction. It's fake. It's not real. Like, why are you people so butthurt? Have you been paying attention at all? Have you been listening to anything I've been saying, like, at all? Are you okay? Let's move on from that. I know they weren't listening to everything that I said about how I don't really give a shit about Harry Potter and how I'm outlining the things that people have talked about. I don't care. There are so many stupid things in fiction that you can get mad at. Like, I mean, I make fun of stuff in fiction all the time that's super weird and problematic and whatever, but yeah, whatever. Just cry over everything. Wah, wah, wah. Woke is destroying this world. Okay. Harry Potter is like rotting people's brains in real time. And I mean this like all across the board, okay? As you can see by the type of people who have come into my chat, if you I didn't even mention it because I have all my alerts turned off right now, but I have been raided by two separate anti-trans, or not raided, sorry. I have had two separate fake accounts come in that were anti-trans. Both of them had a anti-trans joke in the name. They were made literally seconds before showing up in my chat. I wonder why that would be the case. Maybe because I put Hogwarts Legacy trans in my title. Maybe they decided to just come in and make, say little, like have little funny slurs as their name and shit, I don't know. To me, it sounds a whole lot like there are a lot more people on the sort of anti-woke side who are being gigantic crybaby, snowflake, man-baby losers about all of this. Because keep in mind, let's just keep this all in perspective. Before I go off on my full conversation about all this stuff, let's just recall that enormous channels like Geeks and Gaming, enormous channels like The Quartering, as pathetic as that guy's show is, have been screeching, go woke, go broke, every single time there's so much as a female actor in a film. Sorry, I should be more specific. A female actor in their man-baby films, they don't actually watch anything other than like Marvel and DC Cinematic Universe films and Harry Potter and I don't know, what else? What other like man-baby things are out there? Basically, if it's like some nostalgia-baiting fucking drivel, you can be sure that 900,000 or more, actually, unfortunately, of these pathetic, like right-wing, anti-woke channels will cry for literal years about it. I mean, like it's beyond belief. It beggars belief, honestly. What was I gonna say? But let's talk about Hogwarts Legacy, because I've been sort of rambling all over the place here talking about the wind up to Hogwarts Legacy. So, Hogwarts Legacy. How do I even start with this? There is a boycott against Hogwarts Legacy. there is a boycott or an attempted boycott, I should say. It's a boycott. A lot of people got on board with it. A number of streamers got on board and said they're not going to stream it. They're not going to talk about it on stream. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. And of course, it became a major talking point to the degree that, of course, like all of the anti-woke people were freaking out that some people said that they think that you shouldn't play this game. To news articles being written about the boycott, to news articles asking whether they think it's appropriate to play a game that is, sort of strongly associated with a known transphobe, J.K. Rowling. And I want to be clear, no, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe. Like, there is just a preponderance of direct, blatant evidence of this, in addition to her palling around with people who go significantly further than her without any sort of denouncement. J.K. Rowling does not like trans people. It's very, very obvious. She literally wrote an essay about it. It's out of control. Like this, there's no doubts about that part of it, okay? So there's a lot of people who've been asking the question, is it appropriate for me to play or for people to play in general, a game made by, that is sort of like the obvious intellectual property of J.K. Rowling? And I think that's an interesting question, and I would like to go through that a little bit on this stream. Because I want to talk about the efficacy of boycotts. I want to talk about the inefficacy of boycotts. I want to talk about problematic art in general. Now, when most people talk about problematic art, they are usually talking not about like baby children's cartoons that are made by someone who is a heinous bigot, of which there are surprisingly a number of ones like that. But usually they are talking about high art. Okay, they are talking about literature, or they are talking about films. An example that comes to mind immediately is Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick. I don't know actually what the correct pronunciation of that is. Stanley Kubrick, often regarded to be one of the greatest filmmakers in American history. Right? He was American, right? Or was he British? I always forget. Okay, so regardless, his films were mostly made here in America. I better double check on that. Is he British? Okay, no, he was American. All right, thank goodness. Whew. Yeah, anyway, regardless, globally considered to be one of the greatest filmmakers in the world. And an extremely abusive person, by all reports, okay? To the degree that Stanley Kubrick was like well known, he was actually like praised for how abusive he was to his actors mostly, but people didn't really talk as frequently about how abusive he was to crew. There were like openly acknowledged and openly discussed examples of him making actors break down on set. He was notorious for making people stay on set for hours after the call time. Like he would take hundreds and hundreds of takes sometimes of his scenes because he was such a perfectionist in his own mind that he would demand his actors do it over and over and over and over and over again to a level of repetition that would just break them. They would be physically and mentally exhausted. People in chat are pointing out that it was Stanley Kubrick's fault that Shelley Duvall stopped acting altogether. Like, Shelley Duvall is an incredibly talented actress. And if you've noticed, she hasn't really been in anything since she acted pretty much anything since she acted under Stanley Kubrick. And part of the reason for that was because he was so abusive and so verbally abusive on sets. Which is usually what people are talking about when they talk about problematic art. They're talking about art that is difficult to enjoy because you know the conditions that it was made under, or you know that the people involved with it are themselves morally, like severely morally compromised. There were, of course, many other examples that you could go through. And I have seen, for the record, I have seen a lot of films. Most of Stanley Kubrick's filmography I have seen, and I think that most of Stanley Kubrick's films are phenomenal works of art. I don't know that they're as good as some people make them out to be. Some people literally treat them like they are the most important like films that have ever been made, and I don't believe there's such a thing as like the most important piece of film that's ever been made. What I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of really fantastic art that is made or associated with really bad people. And sometimes it is known that those people are bad in real time, like while they're still making art. When that's the case, when somebody is still alive and they are making art and that art is like actively being reflected by their actions, the discussion of like boycotts or protests to avoid that person's art often comes up. For a smaller example, an example of something that is a really small form of art, think about, does anybody remember JonTron? JonTron. He was a YouTuber who was most famous for being involved in the absolutely legendary YouTube channel Game Grumps. JonTron went on a racist rant on a stream and ended up getting in a debate about racism where he said a lot of just blatantly racist things about black people. And while it did not immediately destroy his career, it permanently changed the trajectory of his career. His channel is significantly smaller than it could have been. He is no longer associated with the channel Game Grumps. The channel Game Grumps, which went on to become a world famous international brand. Like Game Grumps is still going very strong. And a lot of people found that they couldn't enjoy JonTron's work anymore once they realized like just how racist he was. And I think that I can sympathize with that, like a lot. Despite the fact that I am a proponent of consuming problematic art. Like I think that it is an okay and a good thing to sit with yourself and analyze and take in a problematic piece of art. I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that with every single piece of problematic art. And I can also understand why you might not enjoy that experience more so. Even though I think it can be very valuable to consume and reflect on problematic art, I also can understand why you might not like that experience, or why it might not be a pleasant experience, especially, and I think this is especially true, when that media is associated with a lot of positivity, like say a comedy show or an influencer or a life brand or something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things. How do I go from here? God, this is such a strange conversation to have around Harry Potter. Let's talk about the facts real quick about this Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy game, okay? Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy is a game that is produced by WB Studios, okay? Right? Am I wrong about that? Let me just make sure I get all of this correct. It's published by WB, sorry. That's what I meant to say. The developer was Avalanche, and it was published by WB, Warner Bros. Games. Now, some of you might point out that Warner Bros. Games has a pretty controversial history in and of themselves. After all, Warner Bros. Was responsible for a number of, let's just call them live service debacles, okay? Warner Brothers produced a series of games based on very, very popular series, which were accused variously, and I'm not gonna go through every single game, of being abusive in their monetization practices, manipulative in their monetization practices. One of the games includes the true ending of the game is locked behind an additional 10 hours of grinding. So if you want to see the end of the game, you either have to grind for 10 hours or you can pay for their experience boosts, which lets you get through the grind in a matter of 1 or 2 or 3 hours as opposed to 10, which many people would point out seems like a very abusive thing to do. It seems like it is manipulative to the players of that game, to the genuine fans of that game, to lock content, the true ending of a game, that the intended ending of a game, not behind a challenge necessarily, but behind a extremely long time sink that you can pay extra money to skip. That's pretty bad. But on top of that, it wasn't just that. There were loot boxes involved in these games. There was a lot of content what's the word I'm looking for? I'm blanking on the word right now. Aesthetic content, that's not the right word, but whatever. Aesthetic content, skins, characters, stuff like that was locked behind more money. So a game costs $60 at the front, you have to pay $60 up front, and then you have to, cosmetics, thank you. Why couldn't I think of that word, cosmetics? So you not only have a situation where these games are charging you money to skip the game, but are also charging you money to actually enjoy the full experience of the game. Games are a visual medium. When you gate cosmetics behind additional money, especially in a game that already costs $60, that can be really problematic. And of course, Hogwarts Legacy is not just made by WB Games, which has this sort of problematic and highly critiqued history with monetization, but also is associated with an IP that is owned by and still operated by J.K. Rowling, a renowned trans exclusionary so-called feminist, which gets a lot of people bothered. And I think that it's understandable that people would feel some hesitance towards that sort of game. Like a lot of hesitance. I can also imagine that people would want to avoid the game outright. I'm not gonna play a game that I think is going to, I've gone on rants on this channel, in fact, many times about how I think people should stop playing games that have manipulative monetization schemes. I am very against manipulative monetization schemes. In fact, I think that they are predatory. When I say like that I think that they're predatory, just consider the fact that loot boxes, a gambling mechanic, a mechanic that is explicitly, if you go and watch the people who designed the loot box mechanics, if you go watch them talk at conventions, you can go watch their speeches online. They talk about how they are intended to get people coming back to the game. They won't use the word addiction, but they explain the mechanics of addiction. And these are marketed at children. Addicting gambling mechanics being marketed at children so that you will spend money on a digital thing that doesn't even exist in physical form, to me is very ethically questionable. I think it's bad, in fact. So I avoid those games like the plague, and I actually tell other people, I think you should avoid them too. And then if you add on top of that the fact that the Harry Potter brand is heavily associated with this anti-trans original creator, J.K. Rowling, I think it becomes pretty clear as to why a lot of people would not just want to avoid the game themselves, but also would advise other people to avoid the game. But it kind of goes a little further than that, doesn't it? Because it's not just people saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't play the game. Hey, you should know this game is here. We've reached a point of the discourse where there is a pretty significant push and counter push over the game Hogwarts Legacy. Like I said before, it's been driving me fucking insane to log on and see people screaming about it in every single direction you can imagine about the same game that I don't give a shit about. And it seems completely impossible to avoid any discourse about the game. And the reason for that is because of this boycott of a call. Sorry, I should be clear. The reason for this, that it became so high, is because of a boycott and because of the response to the boycott. Now, when the boycott started, it was not a particularly large push, but no real movement really is. It began to garner steam with a couple of major figures sort of coming out against the game. There have been a number of prominent trans and not trans content creators who have basically said, don't buy the game. Do not buy this game because it is a game that is made by a transphobic person. And a lot of them cite a tweet by J.K. Rowling. There is a sort of infamous tweet from J.K. Rowling where she basically says, I'm not changing anything because people still love my series. It doesn't matter, you call me a transphobe, but nobody seems to care, which is a very silly thing to even say, but many people pointed to the fact that J.K. Rowling said that publicly and sort of used it as evidence to say, we should stick it to J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling says that her opinions don't matter because her creation is still popular, because Harry Potter is still popular, and a lot of people said that's fucking bullshit. Let's change that. Yeah, if anybody has the actual link to that tweet, if anybody has that tweet, please drop it in chat, because I would love to actually show it on screen. I didn't grab it because I didn't even think about it, but if you see that one, just show me that one, okay? So of course the usual suspects sort of came out. The moment that people started making a call to sort of like actively boycott this game, to not buy it, to not play it, to give it the cold shoulder in the public sphere, all of the whiny conservative snowflakes were like, ah! And they started crying about it. Here it is. This is the one. Yes, thank you very much, Goblin Mode. I appreciate that. This is the one. How do you sleep at night knowing you've lost a whole audience from buying your books? And of course, I read my most recent royalty checks and I find that the pain goes away pretty quickly. So, yeah. So it's pretty blatant. Like she's basically saying, well, I make lots of money, so fuck you. Which is a pretty fucking shitty response to people expressing genuine distaste to your transphobic positions. You know? So yeah, so there's the actual tweet so you can see it with your own eyes. Let me grab some water real quick here. What did I just come in on? You just came in on me talking about Hogwarts Legacy, and I'm trying to give a sort of holistic analysis of the social phenomenon that's been going on around it. Some people started to push for a boycott. All of the usual figures, the geeks and gamers, all of these like whiny conservative people who scream about going woke, going broke, started screeching about it. And then it's just escalated from there. And I think it's gotten like out of hand in almost every single way. So a lot of people have been talking about the extremely aggressive rhetoric of supposed anti-Harry Potter people, like, you know, people who are the boycotters. There has been a slew of news articles. There's been 1.5 million YouTube videos complaining about the toxicity of people saying things like, and I'm going to give some examples, things like, you are not a trans ally if you play Hogwarts. People saying things like, if you play Hogwarts, you are just proving that you don't give a shit about trans people. There have been even more toxic examples. You know, people have said that they've been told to kill themselves. People have been told that, have said that they've had all kinds of crazy things said to them about the Hogwarts Legacy game. Which is silly when that occurs. For sure. Like, no ifs, ands, like, that is just really a toxic and ineffective thing to do. But once again, I find myself needing to remind everyone that you are on the fucking internet, okay? Did you know? Watch, in fact, watch this. I can do it right now. Are you guys ready? Are you guys fucking ready for this? Look at what I can do right now. Are you guys, I'm gonna demonstrate. Twitter.com. Oh, create account. Name. Trans girl ooh woo forever. Hashtag no Potter. Okay? Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think I want to do this. I'm going to name myself MAGA Patriot 1886, or wait, 1776. 1886 is the wrong year. 1776 Lone Wolf American flag. How do I do that one? Oh, I can't do the American flag. There we go. Lone Wolf America. Okay, and I'll put his sunglasses in here. Now, obviously, I'm not actually gonna go through with this, but I wanna point out the fact that on the internet, you never know if you are talking to a literal child, a bot, or a troll. And people need to keep that in mind at all times. Because when somebody tells you that if you play the Harry Potter game, that you should die, there is a 50-50 chance that that person is a child, and then the other chance is that they are a adult who is intentionally trying to ironically pretend that they are a trans person on the internet, okay? However, I will say that I saw some very odd arguments out there. And I saw some pretty extreme and obnoxious arguments out there. For example, I saw a journalist, a blue check journalist with I don't recall their exact follower count, but we're talking tens of thousands of followers. And I saw them tweet the following. I'm gonna just tell you exactly what they tweeted, which is, every single purchase of Hogwarts Legacy is another trans death. And I gotta be completely honest, that is a fucking stupid thing to say. That is a phenomenally stupid thing to say. And that person doesn't really have the deniability of being a nobody anonymous account. They said that on their own profile, at least as far as I can tell. It could have been a extreme, it could have been a heavily faked troll. Maybe they purchased a blue check and maybe they purchased 10,000 followers. That is still a possibility. But I'm going to be charitable and say that person probably was being serious. I have also seen an unbelievable amount of videos, like I'm talking a feed clogging amount of videos talking about how you need to be willing to not play Hogwarts Legacy. You need to be willing to participate in the boycott of Hogwarts Legacy, or else it proves that you don't really care about trans people. And I think that that is also a bullshit argument. And I want to be really clear about that. I don't think that's true. For the same reason that I don't think that most consumptive decisions make you a bad person. We live in a society, where basically every single consumptive decision that we make is highly problematic. Have you bought Nutter Butters or Oreos recently? Congratulations, you contributed to Nabisco. You contributed to a company which is owned by one of the most evil mega conglomerates in the world, which is currently under fire actively for employing child slaves overseas. Have you ever eaten or purchased a Hershey's chocolate? Congratulations. The Mars company, which creates Hershey's chocolate, I believe, whatever. Hold on, let me be sure about that. Is Hershey's its own company? Oh, no, never mind. I don't have to worry about this at all. As of last year, Mars, Nestle, and Hershey were all being investigated currently and sued by the US government for child slavery. So never mind, it doesn't matter. Hershey's, Nestle, Mars, you bought M&Ms, you bought fucking Hershey's, you bought Oreos, you've supported a company that is actively using child slavery, okay? So I don't find consumptive arguments, like arguments saying like if you buy or use this product, particularly convincing. We live in a consumerist society, and extricating ourselves from that is a very, very difficult process. It is one that I talk about in great depth on my channel at various points, how we can move away from being consumptive-minded people. Oh yeah, Eddie points out the Nestle CEO is on fucking record saying that water is not a human right. This is the types of people that you support when you purchase Oreo cookies, when you purchase ice cream, Oreo flavored ice cream. It is a huge problem, and it is not easily solved by stopping one product over another. People buy and consume problematic products at every single turn. If you're watching my stream right now, chances are, in all likelihood, an overwhelming likelihood, you are watching this on a device that had cobalt or lithium that was mined by slaves, by child slaves often, who were subject to conditions that include beatings, torture, and rape. And that's if you're watching my stream right now, which if you're watching, I can't call you out if you're not watching my stream right now. But if you are, if you got a fucking iPhone, if you've got, any of that shit. And that's not to say that nothing that we do is worthwhile. It's just to say that it's actually really, really, really difficult to disentangle ourselves from consumption. Our whole lives. I've used the phrase before that most of us were literally not even born when this particular cage was built. We were born in this cage. We were born into a society that is entirely built around consumption. And it is bad. And it's been bad. And people have been trying to figure out how to solve that for a very long time, but it's not a very easy thing. And that's not to say that I don't think that any boycott can be successful, because I do think that some boycotts can be successful. And that's not to say that I don't think that it's worthwhile to ask people, is it really worth purchasing this product? But I think that you start to push the plausibility and believability of your arguments when you start saying things like, if you play Hogwarts Legacy, or if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you are not an ally to the trans community. And I have seen a lot of people saying that. I have seen this personally with my own eyes. I have seen people that I know in real life saying this. I have seen content creators that I have followed for a very long time making this exact argument. And I think it's a bad argument. However, I have also seen some of the most heinous responses to this shit. Some of the most pathetic and embarrassing and stupid responses to the boycott that's possibly imaginable. Guys, I have seen, like, not just from conservatives either. That's the stupidest part. I can't even say that this is contained to conservatives. I have seen people going on in like screaming rants, arguing that people who are mad about Harry Potter are as bad as the Nazis. That like they are reverse Nazis basically. That is an argument I have seen going around lately. That is an argument that I have seen going around a lot lately. I have seen some of the most ridiculous rhetoric of people being like, oh my God, of course there's the conservatives. Did anybody see fucking alt-right Gamergate washout Carl Benjamin, AKA Sargon of Akkad, saying, there are two types of people in the world. There are people with swag who play Hogwarts Legacy, and there are people without swag who don't play Hogwarts Legacy. Like just pretending that as like a 50-year-old man that you give a shit about Hogwarts Legacy because it's a culture war issue. This shit is embarrassing. It is so motherfucking pathetic. The entire conversation is so fucking pathetic. And what's worse is that I see it bringing out the worst in literally every single faction over a stupid, wasteful video game that is going to be forgotten in a year's time. Like, nobody gives a shit about this game. Not really. Not actually. What they all care about is what this game represents. There is a large faction of people who say that this game represents a test of character, where if you are willing to abstain from playing this game, it proves that you're serious about being willing to support trans people. There are people who see this game as representative of your willingness to support anti-trans people. It is a gigantic global social media virtue signal on every single fucking side of this goddamn thing. You know, I haven't heard a single fucking person. The game's out now. People have been playing the game, and I haven't heard a single fucking person talk positively or negatively about the gameplay, about the storyline of the game, about the characters in the game, about anything that's actually in the game whatsoever. The politics of the game haven't even been talked about. I've seen one, sorry, I should take it back. I've seen one thread talking about anti-Semitism in the game, which, hey, that's a step in the right direction. At least it's about something that's actually in the fucking game. It is just every single fucking cultural mouthpiece on the planet talking about the meta conversation around the game. A meta conversation which is currently being propagated even by me because people keep fucking annoying me about it. So I decided to do this sort of long-winded discussion about it because Jesus fucking Christ, guys. There's nobody you can even yell at. I think it's just a symptom of a diseased culture. That we have a genuine, like when I look at American culture, when I look at like English-speaking pop culture, I see, it looks like Caelid. You know from, hold on, let me show it up on the screen because I'm sure there's a ton of people who didn't fucking play Elden Ring, which is a significantly more awesome piece of media. Let me see if I can find the good image of Kaled. There you go. Oh, god damn it. That's not a high quality image at all. There you go. The fucking diseased area in Elden Ring, where all the like pustules and puke and blood and rotten flesh and everything is rotten, and the Scarlet Rot is. Blood and pus land. This is what it looks like. That is what the cultural, like, the cultural zeitgeist looks like to me. It is just, nobody has anything. It is just misery and bile and toxicity. And I gotta say, some pretty crappy outcomes are coming out of this. Because there are a bunch of trans content creators who are really getting harassed over this. And I mean like really, really, really bad. And when I say like they're getting harassed on this, I mean like this has been used as a bludgeon to harass the absolute shit out of a lot of trans content creators who, regardless of whether they supported or didn't support the boycott, have not done anything that deserves harassment. Even people who didn't make good arguments in favor of the boycott do not deserve to be fucking harassed. They don't deserve to be piled on. They don't deserve to be told, have fucking transphobic slurs screamed at them, to have them be attacked based on their identity. It's fucked up. Crystal says people have been harassing Keffels nonstop on Twitters because she did a meme stream title that implied that she was playing the game. I saw that. I saw people, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the mental disease that I'm talking about. Keffels didn't even play the game. Keffels made a joke title and people literally didn't bother clicking. It's the most obvious joke. Like, it's like wearing an I'm with stupid t-shirt. And people have freaked out about it. It's so frustrating to me. And like, I sat here last night thinking about this because I was, I always think about the stuff I'm gonna talk about on stream for, a long time. And so last night I was sitting here and I was watching some other people's content about it. And I've seen some pretty fucking frustrating shit. I've seen some... People are just treating each other like shit for no reason over this shit. And this is one of the things that's so frustrating about this Hogwarts Legacy garbage in general, which is that it's a fucking trash-ass WB Harry Potter game. Who fucking cares? Why are people burning bridges? Why the fuck are people actually ruining their relationships with other people over this fucking game? People are fucking, like, straight up having fallouts over this. Is it fucking worth it? A lot of people have said that the boycott didn't succeed, that the boycott failed. And I don't know how you would measure that. I think that's actually kind of hard. The boycott, I don't believe that the boycott really managed to damage the sales of the game at all. But I don't know if that was necessarily the main focus of the boycott. Because boycotts can't always succeed in like killing a product overnight, but boycotts can generate a lot of negative PR. So did the boycott succeed in damaging the sales of Hogwarts Legacy? No, I don't think it did. But keep in mind that Hogwarts Legacy is one of the most popular, or sorry, I should say Harry Potter is one of the most popular young adult book series of all time. It's like one of the most translated book series of all time into all across the world. Like, it's like behind the Bible. There's not many other books that have been translated into as many languages as the Harry Potter series. The Harry Potter series had an incredible cultural effect in its original form. Obviously, that is tapered massively, but even with the taper, it's understandable that a game, like a major release of a game that's based on the Harry Potter universe is going to sell well and is going to do well. I don't think anybody really believed that the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy boycott was going to like kill the franchise. However, it did succeed in generating an incredible amount of negative, what's the word? Press, negative press. Take a look at this. I'm gonna just live Google Hogwarts Legacy. And if you go in here, there is all the reviews, but if you go through the news and you just scroll through it, NPR 1 day ago, a treat for Potter fans shaded by controversy. Here's some guides. Hogwarts Legacy is missing this. 12 things I missed that I missed. Hogwarts Legacy can't, the New York Times, Hogwarts Legacy can't cast aside the debate over J.K. Rowling. Hogwarts Legacy dev boycotts own game over J.K. Rowling trans controversy. Hogwarts Legacy amid J.K. Rowling controversy. This is from Forbes. Hogwarts Legacy drops amid online debate. So actually, despite the fact that the game's sales were fine, the boycott actually did manage to generate an incredible amount of negative press for the game. And it got people thinking about whether or not, it got people asking the question, is this game tainted by its creator? Is it, interestingly, is the legacy of Hogwarts Legacy tainted? So on one hand, yes, it is fair to say that the boycott did not succeed in negatively impacting the sales of Hogwarts Legacy. However, it is now a matter of public record that there is a sizable number of people who are very angry about the legacy of J.K. Rowling and her sort of extremely aggressive anti-trans politics. And I don't think that should be discounted. I don't think that should be discounted at all. And in fact, I think people who are discounting that are doing themselves a disservice to their political analysis. Because that is a real effect. It's a genuine real effect to make it so that when you search the name on Google, on a blind Google search, a bunch of things about controversy come up, and then people go and read about the controversy. And maybe they ask themselves some questions about it. I think people need to be serious about that. I think that a lot of you in the audience who are very anti-boycott should take some time to think about that effect. And I say this as somebody who doesn't generally think that boycotts are very effective. And I'm about to talk about that aspect of it. Because it's something that I've been thinking about. Okay, so if it generates a lot of bad press for the game, is that a success for a boycott? Because I think it might be. I think it's fair to say that's a form of success. I feel like what is even the point of using the word boycott? Well, I don't know. The word boycott, I don't know. It was a boycott. That's what it was. It takes the shape of a boycott. I think it's fair to call it a boycott. Arius says, I don't think the average person who sees negative press would really care about it, though. It's just people's opinions, and it wouldn't affect their buying of the game. I think that's short-sighted. Not to be like, not trying to be rude to you or anything, but I think that's short-sighted. After all, it is popularity and public opinion that got Harry Potter to the place that it is in the first place. It had a stunning positive reputation. In fact, arguably, until J.K. Rowling started being a TERF, people basically completely ignored the negative aspects of Harry Potter because they loved the series so much. There's a lot of criticism of Harry Potter that was basically ignored just because people felt so strongly about it. And now there's another aspect I have to talk about, which is the backlash, okay? Because the backlash is really severe. As I mentioned, trans content creators are getting absolutely dogpiled to shit, especially trans content creators that supported the boycott. And when I say like getting dogpiled to shit, you in the audience, you sitting there comfortably at your computer or at your TV screen, you don't know what it's like. You have no idea what it's like to have dozens, hundreds, thousands of people screaming at you. I am a fairly small creator, all things considered. And I have dealt with deluges of harassment that are so fucking agonizing to deal with that they genuinely make me not want to make what I do. And they make me not want to do what I do anymore. Unless you've had to deal with that level of harassment. And I'm not just talking about getting roasted for a tweet. I'm talking about people posting your video on hate forums and your comments getting flooded with comments of people telling you to kill yourself. The backlash has been severe. And in fact, hell, hold on, let me see if I can show you this. I had somebody send me a screenshot the other day of the, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's just, let me just bring this up real quick. I'll show you what I'm talking about, okay? Let's take a look at this. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, oops, here we go. Let me just show you this real quick. Why does Sirona sound like a dude? This discussion is weird as fuck. Women are not real these days. Oh, this is the same one. Sorry, I got the same one twice. Dear women. And of course, this one right here, I looked at this one, and this one is a fucking transphobic rant about how trans women are not women. If you hate transgenders, click here, etc. There were literally pages of anti-trans things being posted. Those ones were just from the first 3 pages. Okay? The top, they were in the top 3 pages of discussions on Steam. Okay? Don't go on the Steam forums. It's always shit there. Yeah, it's always shit on Steam forums, but it's never that type of shit. That is very, very direct. People just going and posting hate screeds in the comments of a Harry Potter game. That is the backlash that people have been talking about. And for the record, I do think that there has been some backlash that has been made worse because there is some level of ammunition being given to these bad actors, you know? Like, for example, if you go out there and you say, like that one journalist I mentioned before, that one journalist who said, every copy of Trans Legacy is another dead trans person. that is basically giving ammunition to your opponents. It is an incredibly stupid and bad thing to say. It is not justifiable. It is insulting to trans people. It is insulting to the work that activists are doing trying to fight against the very, very real persecution of trans people. And another thing that I think that needs to be pointed out. Wait, what did I say? Did I say something else? Sorry, Hogwarts Legacy, I don't know. Trans Legacy? Did I say Trans Legacy? Oops. My bad. It's also incorrect because it doesn't understand that Rowling doesn't get royalties per copy of the game. Yeah, I don't know. How do I make this? Sorry, now I've been derailed. These things are inaccurate. In addition, there's another aspect to this that I think needs to be discussed. And this is perhaps the most important of them all, which is that it's wasting valuable time. I have seen nearly every single lefty content creator talking about Hogwarts Legacy a lot. And this now includes me, by the way. Now, to be fair, I did not talk about it before its release. I did not waste any time. And in fact, while people were arguing and bickering back and forth about Hogwarts Legacy, I was talking about the fact that Donald Trump gave a anti-trans speech that was so fucking heinous and violent that I could barely believe that it was aired on television. But a lot of people have been spending their time on this issue. A lot of people in the midst of a very, very real a fucking attempt at genociding trans people in the United States and in the United Kingdom. Both of these countries are heavily persecuting trans people. In America, there have been a slew of bills specifically banning medically necessary healthcare for trans kids. And a tiny slice of the population is being targeted on the highest levels of government for persecution. And Hogwarts Legacy is what people are talking about? Hogwarts Legacy is the front of the culture war? Hogwarts fucking Legacy? The fucking shitty, terrible ass fucking Arkham clone video game? That's it? And I wish I could just blame liberals for this one, but it hasn't just been liberals. It hasn't just been liberals. It's not just liberals engaging in politics or consumption as politics. It's been so many fucking people, lefties included, have been spending their time acting as though Hogwarts Legacy is the be-all, end-all of this fucking culture struggle. And I find that so depressing. And what's worse is that there are people who are responding to the boycott who believe it to have been a failure and are using that as a justification to target and freak out on people who supported the boycott. It's a never-ending Ouroboros of time wasting. It is a never-ending Ouroboros of pointless verbal abuse thrown at one another. And I'm not against talking about media. I love art. Art is the reason that I live, okay? But Hogwarts Legacy is one fucking game. It's one game. Even if it's made by the most horrible transphobe ever, it's one fucking shitty WB ass game. And it's just so, it's so unbelievably depressing. It's so incredibly depressing. And I can't help but feel like the people who are reacting to this with an "I told you so" and treating people who supported the boycott poorly are equally to blame as the people who wasted so much time talking about the boycott. I have seen, I mean, God, like there was a I've seen tweets from big content creators that are just saying like trans people bullied Hassan and like just taking the conservative line and running with it. Because people told Hassan that they didn't want him to play the game. And also, people like Hassan, for example, have been doing things like, I'm gonna do a Hogwarts Legacy fundraiser, and then which they know is gonna generate heat. Obviously it's gonna generate heat. People feel very strongly about the game. That is the one thing that I think everybody can agree about. I don't think anybody can disagree that people feel strongly about Hogwarts Legacy. So you know you're gonna get heat if you do something like that. And then when you get the heat, you cancel the entire thing instead of just giga chatting through and committing and doing a charity fundraiser for Hogwarts Legacy. And then you just afterwards go, yeah, you know, people just kept complaining about it and I didn't want to do it anymore. You knew people were going to complain. You chose to do a Hogwarts Legacy fundraiser. Giga chat through. Have some principles. If you believe that it's good to do the charity, do the charity. It doesn't matter. This is the thing. Oh, God, it's so... Consumption as politics will be the death of us all. And unfortunately, it's winning. Consumption as politics is winning. Nobody giga chatted through this, except for me, obviously. Nobody has fucking giga chatted their way through this. Every single content creator has been a giant fucking whiny bitch baby about this entire thing. From hyperfixating on boycotting the game, to freaking out and trying to be like a smug ass "I told you so," to blaming trans people for their own harassment. Guys, Jesse Gender did a video, okay? Jesse Gender is one of the content creators I think so highly of. Like, she is like one of the most diplomatic, chill, in-depth, careful content creators out there. She's incredibly peacefully minded. She speaks her mind without being super, super aggressive. She's definitely better at that than I am. I get mad really easily and I start calling names. And Jesse Gender has been called some of the worst things I've ever seen. I spent a lot of time last night watching people reacting to Jesse Gender. And I don't agree with Jesse Gender's takes on this. I watched Jesse Gender's video on my own before watching anybody's reactions to it. And there were a lot of arguments I just straight up didn't agree with. But the people responding to her were being so fucking terrible to her. I don't even agree with Jesse Gender's arguments, but Jesse Gender wasn't fucking being super toxic about it. This is not a workable culture. The culture that we have online is not making any of you happy. It's certainly not making any of us happy. Content creators, their audiences, colleagues in content creation spaces, it's not working. It's failing. It's dying. We are witnessing, it's like watching someone die of like an advancing fever. I'm just sitting here and watching these social spaces tear each other apart for fucking Hogwarts Legacy. I saw people calling Jessie Gender a retard. I saw people saying that Jessie Gender was as bad as the Nazis that she's trying to fight against. I saw people saying that Jessie Gender, oh shit, I'm not allowed to say that, fuck. It's okay, I'll take the VOD down. But I was reporting what people said. I was reporting what other people said. Wait, you can say that word on Twitch, can't you? Wait, you definitely can. You can say that word on Twitch, I think. But I wasn't saying it directed. I was reporting what I saw. I saw people saying that Jessie, oh, of course, let's not even get started about what the conservatives have been saying about Jessie Gender. You guys don't know, you want to know what the conservatives have been saying about me? And I haven't even talked about fucking Hogwarts Legacy. The moment I put Hogwarts Legacy in the title and I got 3 fucking accounts come in immediately that had fucking slurs in their name. Saw people calling Jessie Gender condescending, which is ridiculous. I saw people using slurs, like literally using transphobic slurs against Jessie Gender. That's one example of many. There have been tons of channels that have done the same thing. She got harassed by J.K. Rowling's audience. She's getting harassed by all the anti-woke channels. And it makes me mad. It makes me mad that like lefties aren't meaningfully fighting against this. Like, liberals are usually the people who are like all about consumption as politics, and lefties are usually the ones who are saying, stop fucking talking about Harry Potter Legacy and let's talk about the fact that every red state in the United States is trying to ban transgender healthcare. And that like 3 or 4 of them have already succeeded. That there are multiple states now where kids who happen to be trans cannot get the medical care that they need, and their doctors are in legal danger of being charged with felony crimes. We're not even having a good conversation about art. Like I said, art is my fucking life. I love when people talk about media. I love it when people critique media. But this isn't even that. It's literally just a meta conversation. Everyone is trying to signal that they had the right take about Hogwarts Legacy. It sucks. Okay? It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Nobody walked away from this looking like a Giga Chad. And I think that the lack of charitability, the lack of ability to like even assume the basic like goodness of your own political allies is fucking trash. I think that the lack of that is fucking pathetic. No, Arius, the sad truth about all of this is that even I don't really look like a Giga Chad. Because in the end, here I am talking about the fucking stupid game. The only consolation prize that I get out of any of this shit is that I waited. That I waited for the fucking hype to die down. The real truth is, it makes me feel embarrassed. It makes me feel embarrassed that this is the best that we've got going on. That this is the best we have to say for all of the effort of all of these different content creators, that all that we can result in is an endless chain of harassment, the likes of which mostly falls onto the backs of trans femmes in the public sphere. That's it. That's what we got. That people choose to make the the Hogwarts Legacy, the topic that everybody is obsessed with. And then afterwards, when that obviously doesn't succeed because you can't, like, consumption as politics doesn't work. You can't buy your way out of a fucking heinously discriminatory imperial system of capitalism. You can't buy the right game to fix that. It will never work that way. That's not how any of this works. And when that doesn't happen, all the knives all come out and people just start fucking carving each other up. And let's be 100% real, okay? Let me be 100% real. Conservatives will forget about this in 2 days. Do you remember what the conservatives were talking about just before the Hogwarts Legacy stuff really started picking up? Do you remember when they were fucking freaking out about the M&Ms? And then the M&Ms canceled their mascots because they were tired of people fucking discoursing about them? Fucking M&Ms. Conservatives will turn everything into an anti-trans screed. Do you remember before that when the conservatives were making the fucking Balenciaga nothing burger into an anti-trans, anti-groomer thing? The conservatives have already decided. None of this convinces conservatives. None of this does anything. Like, the backlash against this is inevitable. It doesn't matter what the topic is. Conservatives hate trans people. Donald Trump, just a couple of weeks ago, gave a fucking insane anti-trans speech. It wasn't because of Hogwarts Legacy. They don't care. Every issue will be turned into something anti-trans. If it's not Hogwarts Legacy, it'll be the fucking green M&M. If it's not the green M&M, it'll be Mr. Potato Head. If it's not Mr. Potato Head, it'll be some other bullshit. So, there you have it. Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy. All of the pissing and shitting and farting and screaming and crying in the world, and none of it made a difference. Nobody gained anything from this. Except for WB. WB made a whole lot of money, but they were going to do that anyway. Dank Catlord says we're doomed. We're not doomed. Well, okay, we're doomed in one way. The march of fascism in the United States is not going anywhere, okay? That's not going anywhere, okay? But YouTubers were never gonna save you anyway. I'm sorry, I don't know how to tell you this. I've tried telling you guys this a million times. Maybe I'm not as successful as I should be because of this reason. Or maybe it's because my channel constantly gets dogpiled and false reported. This is the third time that I've had my channel get false reported and get an unjustified suspension. Maybe that's the reason I'm not as popular as I should be. But I can't save you. I will never be able to save you. No content creator is going to be able to save you, okay? We are not the saviors, okay? We are fucking broadcasters. We are entertainers. We can make you feel good a little bit. We can make you laugh. We can make you cry a little bit. We can make you think about things, but we can't fucking save you. We will never be able to do that. The only people who can save us is us together. And I don't mean online. I mean building actual social connections with one another, taking care of one another, being able to be there to give someone a fucking dinner if they need it, to give someone a fucking blanket if they need it, to provide shelter, to provide help, to provide a shoulder in a time of need, to fucking take care of each other's cuts and wounds and bruises, to take care of one another when we're sick. That is the literal only way that this world is going to change. And it's fun. I fucking love streaming for you guys. I love making content. I love making you guys laugh. It makes me really happy when I know I'm able to inspire you in some way. But that's all I can do. That's all that any of us can do. Or we can do the opposite, which is make everybody feel like shit all the time. That's another thing we can do. And we can waste time. We can make each other feel like shit. We can waste time. We can waste time. We can waste time. That's about it. Content creators, all that we can really do is influence. We can't actually solve the problems of the world. It is only individuals together, coming together and in solidarity. You and your friends, all of you out there, the hundreds of you out there listening to me right now, and myself, of course, and the connections that I've made in the real world. You can change the world through content, but you can't fix a country through content. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm communicating this well. You can influence the world. I can make people have a better day or a worse day depending on my actions. I can help someone feel inspired to take the actions they need to change their lives. That's great, but it's limited. And it's especially limited if instead of choosing to do things that can inspire people and help people to change their lives for the better, if instead it's wasted fucking talking about fucking Hogwarts. Oh, there's been an ad break. I see. Anyway, I don't think I have any more to say about Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think I have anything else to say about Hogwarts Legacy specifically. So I'm gonna hit an ad break real quick. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about, I'm gonna take questions from the audience. And then we're gonna talk about something else, which is very interesting. Yeah, sorry about that, Aiko. I would say rewind, but I'm not on YouTube, so there's nothing to rewind to. All right, here comes the ad break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna take questions from the audience after this. We're gonna chit chat with the audience, and then I'm gonna talk about something else that's very interesting. There you go. I actually didn't play the bathroom song. I should have played the bathroom song, but you know, whatever. Is the ad done? Yeah, the ad's done. Ow. Well, now we don't have to worry about the ads for another hour or whatever. So, that's good. Oh my God. Don't worry, we'll play the bathroom song again. My hair is getting longer. Yeah, it makes me happy. I've wanted my hair to grow out for a while. I've been really looking forward to it. I enjoyed having short hair, but I'm excited to have my hair long again. Did I wash my hands? Yes, they smell like peach. We have this really good smelling peach soap right now. Okay, you know, you guys remember Chick-fil-A? Anybody remember Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A is a chicken company that used to exist, guys. I know many people haven't even heard of it. It was probably before your time. There was this chicken company that definitely doesn't exist anymore, and they got boycotted into the ground. In an alternate reality, Chick-fil-A is doing just fine, and in fact, they made it through the pandemic fine. And there was a point at which people felt very, very strongly about boycotting Chick-fil-A. For those who don't know, Chick-fil-A's CEOs were donating exorbitant amounts of money to anti-gay charities, and also donating to political candidates who supported anti-gay marriage laws. This was back before gay marriage was legal in the United States. Arguably a significantly more direct situation than this whole Hogwarts Legacy thing. And unfortunately, Chick-fil-A is still around, and Chick-fil-A is doing just fine. And a lot of people didn't stop eating at Chick-fil-A despite the fact that they do like and support and fight really hard for gay people. And the reason for that is because boycotts barely ever matter in that particular regard. Talking about it matters. Damaging the PR matters. Getting that out there really, really matters. And you could argue maybe that the boycott provided a rallying flag so that the PR could be damaged. Like Chick-fil-A is always going to be known as, you know, homophobic chicken now, or transphobic chicken. That's what people joke about it, but it's still going strong. And I think something that people need to acknowledge, and I know that people don't like coming out of the sort of liberal bubble, but consumption as politics doesn't work. It does not work. You cannot, like I said before, you cannot buy your way out of imperial capitalism. You have to be willing to engage with politics on a deeper level. You have to be willing to acknowledge that the politics that you engage in cannot be centered around what you do or do not buy from the supermarket or from a fast food chain that is a nationwide fast food chain with millions and millions and millions of dollars in profits every single year. I know gay people and trans people who still eat at Chick-fil-A because guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. The same way that sometimes you pick up a Twix bar you know, when you're going through the checkout. The same reason why you drink Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi, even though we already know that PepsiCo has fucking aggressively lobbied for basically every anti-environmental protection you can imagine. You're not going to, we have to address this on a larger level. And by the way, this is the same approach I have with veganism. It's the reason why I don't think a consumptive approach to veganism is the right answer. It's because you not eating meat doesn't stop the fact that there are government level subsidies for meat consumption, that meat eating is literally supported on a national level. Hydration check? Yeah, sure. so thirsty. I don't really care if people consume Oreos, or if people eat meat, or if people play or buy Hogwarts Legacy. I don't really care at all. What I do care about is whether people are actually going to be willing to do anything serious about it. Are people going to be willing to participate in protests? Are people going to be willing to resist in meaningful ways? I care infinitely more whether someone is willing to take care of a trans person in need or help a trans person escape a red state than I do whether they like Harry Potter or not. Demon Speaker asks, do you think it's too late to prevent more genocidal acts? I think the best that we can do is delay the inevitable unless corporations step in after they realize they're going to lose their power to the fascists. It seems like the goal is only to slow it down now because people alone can't do enough. No. Okay, so it seems like the goal is only to slow it down now. No. I think that slowing it down can actually stop it. It takes a phenomenal amount of energy to continue to implement hateful laws and to continue to enforce hateful laws. Yes, there are exceptions to this. Obviously, there are laws that can be put in place that sort of passively make life harder, but those laws have to be enforced. And if there is enough people resisting them, that makes it expensive to enforce those laws. An imperial machine is incredibly expensive to operate. A fascistic machine is incredibly expensive to operate in human lives, in human work, in money. Every single thing that we can do to make it harder for them to push a genocidal agenda is going to make the damage less. Fucking fascist Germany was not a cheap endeavor. In fact, it was just so fucking expensive that it required the sacrifice of literally millions of lives, of innocent and of Nazi lives, in order to fuel that machine. It is very difficult to keep up the energy to keep people hating to that degree. Hatred requires upkeep, and therein lies a path to victory. You can exhaust your enemies. They are humans too. And in fact, a lot of them are very unhealthy humans. You can exhaust them faster than they can exhaust you. You have an advantage on that front. They don't know where you are. There are too many of us for them to even keep track of. Hey, Tina2, good to see you. Yeah, the gravy seals, as people say. Discordant Vol says the Einsatzgruppen were so traumatized by their work that they started death camps because of being short-handed. Fascism is exhausting. Yes, it is. Fascism is expensive, it is incredibly wasteful, and it decimates the people involved. Okay, do you guys think that most conservatives live happy lives? They don't. I've played on stream the speech that Arnold Schwarzenegger gave about his experience growing up in post-war Germany, where in post-war Austria. And he talked about how every single person on his street, every single family on his entire street, the dads were drunk and abusive and depressed, and they all wanted to, they were killing themselves with alcohol because of the guilt of their participation in Nazi Germany. It is not, and that's highly documented throughout German society. It was not a enjoyable experience to live through Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany, the Nazis came to power and immediately went to war. The first thing they did was declare war on their neighbors. The first thing they did was embroil their entire country in open war. That is not that is not a joyous event. That is not a stress-free event. We are playing a game, a asymmetric game. And we have advantages as well. We are literally everywhere. They don't even know. There are gay people currently lurking in the houses of conservatives. They don't even know it. Their kids, their brothers, their grandfathers, their grandmothers, they don't even know how many of us there are. And they think that they're giving themselves an advantage by trying to persecute us, but they actually just make us harder to find. Did it really just run another ad? For real? That's pathetic. I turned it down to once an hour and it still seems to be running them. Man, Twitch is terrible. I mean, it's great. It's great here. Everybody, we love it here so much. Yeah, everybody's saying they did. By the way, you guys now understand? Do you all now understand why I stream on YouTube? You all fucking understand now? Everything I say gets interrupted and it's so depressing. Hello, Roses for Mod. How did we, Uncle Gumbald says, how did we ever even get by on Twitch? Well, that's because Twitch has gotten more aggressive with their ads. Their ads have become incredibly aggressive. Jessica Metal says, what are your thoughts on my take that this video game boycott has the same fundamental logic as Force the Vote? I don't know. Force the Vote is so different. It's such a different strategy that I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that analysis, but they're just very different. They're very, very different. I can understand like seeing similarities in the stubbornness of certain advocates. I can absolutely see that. But I don't think it is. Cryptid Mage says, hi, Demon Mom, I'm appreciating your stream tonight. Thank you very much. If you're here watching on Twitch, usually I stream on YouTube, but unfortunately I was wrongfully banned on YouTube today. So I will not be able to stream on YouTube for at least another week. If you would like to support me, you can follow me here, but you should also go over and subscribe on YouTube as well. Just search Demon Mama on YouTube. You'll find me. I'm really happy to have people here, though. I'm really happy people decided to show up anyway. Windleby says, the more I think about it, the less comparable I think Hogwarts Legacy is to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is undeniably worse than Hogwarts Legacy. Chick-fil-A is like the company, the actual direct owners of the company and the company itself were donating money to anti-gay causes. They were supporting directly using corporate donations to support candidates who were anti-gay marriage. It was significantly worse. And they are still using that money openly. Yeah, it's significantly worse. Hey, thank you so much, Cryptid Mage. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate the bits. Thank you. Thank you. Isn't Rowling gonna do that too? Yeah, but Rowling's like, I don't even know how much money Rowling actually gets from WB. She doesn't work on any of her projects. She just collects royalties passively. It's not nearly the same. The Chick-fil-A thing is actually worse. I actually think the boycott, there was a better case for a boycott against Chick-fil-A. Desfuria says, Demonama, hello, Desfuria, hello. Windleby says, I missed your entire take, but I wanted to put that out there. Oh, God damn it. I was talking about how fucking Chick-fil-A was a significantly worse situation, and they're still around because consumption as politics is not the answer. It will not work. Oh, on Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, God. Well, you'll have to wait for the VOD for that one. Oh, it has art? I'm sorry, I missed your donation. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up real quick. I want to see the art. I love art. Art is my reason for living, especially Intentions Nasty's art. Oh my God! Oh my God! It's a little evil hairless cat! It's an Impy Bingus! I love this so much! Wow! I don't have a cat yet. Someday, when I get a bigger place, I'll probably get a cat. Add it to the emotes, but I don't have a hairless cat. It is really adorable, but I don't have a cat. Sock done left, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Tell Merrick I said hello. It's so cute. I love this cat. I do love this cat. Well, we do already have this one anyway. Somebody made an imp pigeon, and we put it on as a tribute. I don't actually remember why we put imp pigeon in there. Maybe it was just because I liked the art that much. No, wait. Why did we put that one on there? Isn't that a hidden one? Wait, imp pigeon is a hidden emote, isn't it? Yeah, it's a hidden one. That's why. All of the reference ones, all of the like random like tribute ones are hidden ones. Oh yeah, that's right. That's because Pigeon used to like watching my stream. That's why we put it there, is because someone drew it while Pigeon was watching the stream. I don't know if Pigeon still watches my stream, but I remember that when Vermin would watch, Pigeon would watch. How do you see the hidden emotes? You can't see them. You have to find them out yourself. I remember that's why we added in Pigeon. Yeah, Dix was hidden because it's a classic. Oh, wait, why is the Impo Nerd not on here? Fawn forgot to put the Impo Nerd on. I have to pester Fawn to do that. Hold on, let me pester Fawn to do that. I've been so distracted today, I forgot to pester Fawn to do that. Oh my God. Oh, you guys, you want to see something funny? You want to see something fucking funny? Look at this. So today my stream got falsely reported, and take a look at the fucking comments. DK sends his regards. Isn't it hilarious? Isn't it fucking hilarious that the people who whine the most, they're like, yeah, you should never report anybody's channel. That's evil. You're censoring me. And then their first instinct is to actually try and false report your channel or claim responsibility for taking down your channel. It is the funniest shit to me in the entire planet. These people literally screech and cry. They act as though they've been murdered. I never even said that fucking DK's channel should be taken down. I just said that he was an asshole and that I wouldn't give a fucking shit. So stupid. That was posted on Twitter, by the way. Also, he posted this, by the way. Hold on, let me just show you. Hold on, let me find it. Oh wait, yeah, here we go. This is what he could muster. Are you guys ready for this? Watch this. You ready for this? What goes around comes around. What goes around? When did I ever report anybody's channel? And also, ready for the real moment? A whopping 14 likes. He did it. He got me. He did it. You want to see how much this fucking tweet got? You guys ready? I got more quote tweets alone than he got. 716 likes. He got 14 likes on his stupid tweet. Man is the most irrelevant loser. He actually has no say whatsoever. He's just a salty loser. Also, just keep in mind, you should remember this. Anytime a conservative cries about censorship, they mean they don't like it when they get censored. That's it. They actually don't care about the fact that I was wrongfully reported, that my content was taken down for election disinformation when I didn't even talk about that. And actually the only time I even mentioned the election was specifically to say that Donald Trump was lying about the election fraud. Literal losers. It's extremely funny. Olivia the OK says, Demon Mama has been so solid on her anti-deplatforming position. I don't actually have an anti-deplatforming position. I just specifically don't call for people to be reported unless I believe that they have done something genuinely so heinous that it cannot stay up. Like, for example, if somebody threatens to kill someone else, I do think you should be reported for that. I think that's above and beyond. But I didn't call for the deplatforming of fucking Destiny. I didn't call for the deplatforming of Chud Logic. I didn't call for any of them. This guy's mad. He's so triggered over me because I simply said that White Nervosa had a point in her argument. That's how triggered he is. He's so angry and screeching at the top of his lungs on the internet constantly about me, literally celebrating when my channel gets a false report on fraudulent grounds because he's got nothing going for him. I roasted him on his own grounds. You have to realize, guys, you have to understand, conservatives like and Nazis, especially like DK Edits, people like him, they don't actually they can't banter at all. They have no insults. They have no argument. They can't banter for shit. They're gigantic snowflakes. So if you throw, insults back and forth with them, they will cry about it until they like go Elliot Rodger. Like straight up, they have nothing going for them, and so they freak out and they believe that the only path is to destroy you completely. They have no game, they have no banter, they have no fucking comedy skills whatsoever. Just totally empty people with nothing going for them. Their shoes, fucking whack. Their pants, whack. Their cap, whack. Their fucking ride, whack. Chainsaw CCC says an ultra Chad bro at Bread and Company brought our food out tonight and was like, "Ah, yeah, here you go, bub." And I thought of Demon Mama's native accent. Hey there, bub. You want some bread there? Some nice hot bread? Hey there, bub. Honey, go get the bread. Keep in mind, oh yeah, just a quick reminder, DK is the guy who got so mad about a Twitter ratio that he posted the N-word. And he's white as fuck, okay? Just to be clear. Your main accent slips into a bit of Cajun? There's a reason for that. Do you want to know why the reason is? The reason why there's similarities between the main accent and the Cajun accent is because the Cajun accent originates from the north. The Cajuns were originally, the Cajun accent was originally associated with Acadian, which was a dialect from in the north of New England region in Canada, and those people migrated south. That's why. That's why there's similarities between them. Yep. From Prince Edward Island, etc., etc. It's the Acadian accents, where the Cajun accent comes from. So they have the same roots. That's why there's similarities. I know, see, I told you, I actually know a lot of cool little facts. I know a lot of cool little information. Hey, listen, at least it's not called Prince Albert Island. Oh, 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 oh. Do they honestly think this is our first rodeo? Like we haven't been dealing with bullying for our entire lives? Listen, these fucking conservatives on the internet are so embarrassing, okay? They are the kid at your high school who picks a fight, the bully kid at your high school who tries to pick a fight with a giant kid that they think is vulnerable, and then that kid just downs them in a single punch. They do not fucking, they have, like I said, no fucking game. They have no fucking banter. They can't keep up in a conversation, and they're so mad about it. They know it, and you can see their insecurity every single second. If they calm the fuck down, humbled themselves a little bit, if they sat back and were regular and a chill person for like 10 seconds and just learned to calm their anger, they would actually learn to hone their abilities. They would learn to be able to take an L and grow from it. But these people can't do that. They are like pride incarnate. They are incapable of learning anything. And so as a result, they perpetually have the bants of a 5-year-old. I forget, what was your interaction with this DK guy that got him so mad? Oh, okay, so the first interaction with the DK guy was that I said that, okay, so all right, let me give you a little bit of history. Quick, all right, everybody, history moment. The original thing with the DK moment is DK had a public meltdown on ChudLogic's server, and then he threatened to dox the entire mod team, and then later threatened to bring his Kiwi farms or whatever, his doxing server friends over to ChudLogic's server to target every single member of the ChudLogic server. And he was called out for this by PresidentSunday. And I reacted to that on stream and I said, damn, this DK guy seems fucking insane. And that seems like not only incredibly unprofessional, but incredibly dangerous. And this person, DK, is an admin of that Discord and also an editor for ChudLogic's channel. And I said that's fucking terrible. And anybody would be totally justified in thinking that that's unhinged and unsafe to be around. Of course, as a result of that, ChudLogic lost most of his mod team for his Discord, which is completely and utterly understandable. And that was the moment that defined it all. Since then, DK has been absolutely obsessed with constantly talking about me. They make videos about me all the time. That, like, ChudLogic's channel makes videos about me, lying about me all the time. They accuse me of, like, leading a hate campaign against Shoe on Head, which is absolutely insane when you recall that Chew on Head implied that I was a pedophile and explicitly claimed that I was a pedophile sympathizer and defender. But I was the one running the hate campaign, you guys, right? Just genuinely insane. Yeah. And so he's been mad about it for like a super long time. Oh yeah. Ducky Lucy Hayes says, ChudLogic made a video about Lucy, which included me on the thumbnail, even though I don't appear in the video at all. So they're so obsessed with me that they put my face, their community knows to click on videos with me in it. And the reason is because I'm more entertaining than any of them. And they know that if I'm in a video, their audience will actually be having a good time. Let's not go there too long though. But yeah, they'll put my face on videos that I'm not even in. Genuinely so fucking funny. Yeah. Ducky Lucy Hayes says, in fact, Vosh actually does appear in the video, but he was not put on the thumbnail. Even though, obviously, we know Vosh's channel is like 20 times my size or more. The obsession is the correct word there. Yep, it is clout vampirism where they are licking up the scabs that dripped off of the chalice of the king vampire. Just pathetic. It's all right though. At least we have the hey, at least we have some fucking hilarious evidence of these motherfuckers claiming responsibility for taking me down. I got one more react in me. You guys want to react into something really funny? Hold on a second. Because I got something we could watch that's really fucking funny. What if I told you that there was a streamer who has been credibly accused of lying about their credentials in order to gain irrelevant debate points? What if I told you that a streamer, a streamer who previously did, whose previous claim to fame was appearing once on Fresh and Fit, and previous to that was most well known for doing a lengthy stream in which they defended Destiny for him making fun of my partner's suicide attempt? What if I told you that that person has been credibly accused of lying about their credentials? Would that not be incredibly entertaining? Because guess what? It's true. They have been. And I feel like it would be very funny for us to react to it. So, some of you may have heard of a content creator by the name notsoErudite. notsoErudite is not a particularly remarkable person, in my opinion. Again, the main contact I had with them was them doing a lengthy stream, doubling down, saying that it was actually okay for Destiny to make fun of my partner's suicide attempt for no real stated reason. So not a really super amazing person, but as it turns out, this person, I should also state, notsoErudite also made the claim that people who are critical of IQ tests are the same as anti-vaxxers, which is certainly a very, very interesting position to have. Yes, yeah, I'm not kidding you. That tweet will come up, I believe, in this video. I just thought it would be fun. This was a video that was put together by PresidentSunday, and PresidentSunday really, really did his due diligence. So I thought it would be fun for us to react to this, because if there's one thing that I fucking can't stand on this planet, it is people who constantly lie and then use those lies in sort of a way to cover for the abuses of others. So I thought it would be fun for us to react to this. What do you all think? You all think that would be interesting? If you think that would be interesting, please put a nodders in chat. All right, give me a nodders if you thought that would be if you think this would be interesting. Let's see them. Let's see how many nodders we get. Wow, that's a lot of nodders. All right, let's find out how notsoErudite lies to you. Let's fucking do it. Oh yeah, Ducky Lucy Hayes says she also charges money for linking people with therapists, and her partner says that she does this and does zero evaluation as to what help they actually need. How curious. All right, let's watch. Let's watch the video.
Before we begin, I want to talk about the importance of credentials and the grave dangers of falsifying them. Professional and academic titles primarily exist to claim jurisdictional authority.
Oh wait, hold on a second, everybody. I have to do one modification. No, I can't. Let's do this.
To laypersons with respect to a subject. For example, a woman makes a claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and when challenged, is able to refer to a professional title as a medical doctor to bolster her credibility. We should listen to her because she's a doctor. She knows what she's talking about. If this claim to authority is distrusted, that is, if it is questioned whether or not she indeed has a right to that professional title, she can produce a written credential proving that she has been granted that right by a legitimate organization. If she can't produce that written credential, however, then she cannot substantiate her claim to authority justifying her claim concerning the efficacy of vaccines, and her claims may be rightfully downgraded to the status of mere opinion. In short, credentials exist to justify claims to authority. This does not mean that credentials justify all claims simply. Often, people with even the most prestigious credentials are wrong.
Sounds good,
Sometimes
Lucy.
They may even lie. Sometimes, true claims or even great discoveries are made by people with no credentials against people with the strongest credentials.
True.
And sometimes, someone with no credentials pretends to have them in order to make themselves and the claims they make seem more credible
Welcome back,
than they really are. Meet Kyla, aka notsoErudite as she calls herself on Twitch and YouTube, who I first became aware of as a result of her debate with ChudLogic concerning Dr. Alok Kanogia, better known as Dr. K.
Do you guys remember the Dr. K saga? The Dr. K saga was a whole thing. I don't know if anybody remembers that. A bunch of people got really mad at Dr. K, and it was actually kind of difficult to follow. It was difficult for me to follow. Basically, people were there were some strong arguments made against Dr. K initially. And it kind of spun off into some really, really weird shit. Yeah, a lot of people do seem to come to the conclusion that Dr. K was in the wrong. I don't know almost anything about the situation, except for that at the end, everybody sort of started obsessing over his statements on Ayurvedic medicine. It's very weird. It was a very, very weird saga. But yeah, Dr. K is kind of known for for treading the line of, let's call it that, for treading the line of ethical therapeutic practices. He does conversations that are legally distinct from therapy, but that appear and function very similar to therapy. However, he does them with an audience. So he will have a conversation with a large streamer, which is basically a therapy session, but that is held in front of an audience. And it's definitely worth inquiry. Let's put it that way. Yeah, let's put that, yeah. So, sorry, I got a little distracted. What was I saying? Yes, so Dr. K, definitely, there's a lot of very genuine questions that have been raised against Dr. K, especially because Dr. K, one of Dr. K's very notable patients committed suicide shortly after their most recent conversation. Now, as far as I can tell, there's no real reason. There was no real reason to believe that like Dr. K was at fault for this. However, the situation brought a lot of scrutiny on his practices, and I think that there was good reason for there to be scrutiny. But anyway, this is kind of a distraction. I just wanted to sort of give you an idea of what was being discussed in the Dr. K situation, and the reason, and the sort of reason why it's relevant that we understand the Dr. K situation is because it is an example of one of the many times that I believe it's an example of how muddied the waters can be with credentials online. A trained, credentialed psychiatrist or psychologist, I believe is what Dr. K is, practicing actual medicine and also doing these sort of live, highly psychologically inspired conversations, it gets muddy. It gets difficult to draw the line between what is professional and what is not professional. Practicing in public is super weird for any therapist. I agree. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that people understood the context of the Dr. K situation. Yeah, so there you go. We can talk about that separately to greater depth, but I wanted to make sure before we went further into the video that people understood that context. Let's continue.
In the wake of the suicide of one of his guests, a gaming streamer going by the name Wreckful in 2020, ChudLogic and others took issue with what they took to be Dr. K's inappropriate live streaming of quasi-therapy sessions before a very large audience on his channel, Healthy Gamer, as well as what they took to be pseudoscientific claims concerning the existence or non-existence of specific mental illnesses like depression, as well as insinuations that Ayurvedic medicine, such as that offered by his institution, could cure serious illnesses such as cancer. This debate disturbed me not because Kyla misrepresented her own credentials in any explicit way here, but because she attempted to portray herself as having a superior grasp of subject-relevant technicalities by means of terminology unintuitive enough to a layperson like ChudLogic to cause them to second-guess themselves, to put them on the back foot, and assert dominance in the conversation without actually adding any new information or providing clarity. All, no less, while running interference for someone profiting from quite possible malpractice.
But if there's clinical experience, if there's even one case study, even if there's weak...
So the voice you're hearing is notsoErudite, and in this particular instance, it appears that President Sunday is defending chud logic to a certain degree, which is credit to President Sunday for being able to put aside bad blood.
Evidence for doshas, technically, it's empirically backed.
No, I don't agree with this case. I don't agree with this case study thing at all. I don't think one.
Well,
case
I'm not
study...
using case studies. I can just show you the image I have of multiple peer-reviewed articles. Because what he talks about, so when you're referring to Dr. K, he's talking about basically more or less his experience of, not his experience. He's had, I think he was talking about, he had a bunch of Ayurvedic practitioners in India that predicted how COVID would influence those people, right?
Right, okay.
Okay, so that's why I'm talking about individual case studies, because in that case, that would be clinical experience. And if they documented it, that would then be labeled as a case study if it got peer reviewed and published. That's what I'm talking about.
But case studies are considered to be the most useless part of like medical. Like,
okay, wait.
You would never use a case
study. Can you
walk
me through? You need to prove to me. Can you walk me through the steps of hypothesis generation? Do you know them?
Well, no, I don't know the steps of hypothesis generation.
Then what? You don't?
No.
You need to know that if you're levying these critiques.
Why are you being so condescending?
You've been condescending to me almost this whole conversation. No, to be honest.
I haven't been condescending to you at all. You've insinuated that I'm fucking racist earlier, which I let slide.
No, I didn't.
Make a big deal
I didn't insinuate.
You absolutely
asked me specifically about it, and I clearly said I don't think you're racist. No, I'm not acting like anything. I'm not acting in any way.
Remind me, sorry, what are your qualifications again?
What does that matter? Did I ask you for any of your qualifications?
No, I'd just like to know, because if you want to take the expertise and act all pretentious with me, you can tell me what your qualifications are.
Okay, sure. Why don't I tell you the process of hypothesis generation, since apparently you didn't know it, and then we can be on the same page.
Tell me what, no, I'm not interested in that. Tell me what your qualifications are.
I'm not going down that road with you because it feels like bad faith argument. I can.
Well, no, I'm just
everyone knows
asking.
what my qualifications are in my channel. You're welcome to ask me.
You want to be super pretentious with me?
This isn't good faith argument. This isn't good faith. I'm not being pretentious with you.
I looked into her history, and I found a Destiny segment referring to her as a psychologist in the title. In this stream, she introduces herself as a psychometrician, and later refers to herself as a psychologist in that same stream.
Do you want to introduce yourself and why you wanted to chat, so that people know who you are?
Sure.
Name and address for just like your qualifications.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going by notsoErudite on social media. My name is Kyla, though. I am a psychometrician. That's my kind of highest level of professional training, and I am going to school for a master's.
A psychometrician. Okay. Something you guys are going to have to keep in mind here is there's going to be some... don't worry, President Sunday is going to explain it pretty well, but psychometry, psychometrician, psychometrist, these are all different things. These are 3 different terms, all of which refer to distinct positions and distinct studies. You will understand in a little bit, but just keep in mind, you're going to have to pay close attention to which terms are used where, okay? Psychomagician. Well, let's go. Okay, let's go.
And I'm sure lots of people in your chat might feel weird about this one, but master's in clinical psychology, where I'm going to be specializing in forensics in teens specifically, but it's a child and youth clinical psych program. I'm also a licensed addictions counselor as well. So that's kind of my background at this time.
What is can you explain to me? I don't know, what is a psychometrician?
Yeah.
Violence says, isn't psychometry that weird thing where people touch things and see visions? No, you are actually correct. In fact, President Sunday is going to dive into that in just a minute.
Yeah, nobody knows. It's very obscure. So it's actually one of the few areas in the field that's not, it doesn't actually have a college body yet. So I can't like be a licensed psychometrician yet. It's basically like if you get the training or you have a job titled psychometrician, you're considered a psychometrician. So it's basically people specialized in administering psychological tests. So tests that you
Note, this clip right here is incredibly important, and we'll revisit it in a second. Notice that she says here that there isn't a licensing body for psychometricians, and then she claims that you are considered a psychometrician if you are working a job doing, you know, as you know, where you are filling the role of a psychometrician, which she's not clear about that. Keep that in mind.
Need specific training for is going to include things like IQ testing, neuropsychological testing, so testing for like brain injuries and stuff like that through cognitive testing rather than just MRIs alone. And I'm trained in specifically forensic assessment as well, so determining risk levels of offenders if they're going to what we call recidivate, which is just reoffend when they get released. So that's what a psychometrician does. We run a bunch of tests and diagnoses, and usually we work in conjunction with a psychologist who then typically they would be diagnosing. However, I'm going into clinical psych, so the reason I did psychometry was so that I was a well-informed psychologist and I could kind of do it myself. As a psychologist, I try to steer away from like trying to advocate strongly for major social changes because I recognize that I'm probably not the most informed. I can give you my opinion.
As a psychologist,
opinion, but it's not my professional opinion, it's my personal opinion, right?
In a later stream entitled Confronting Controversy, in response to people on Reddit saying she had misrepresented her credentials, she explains that the title of the stream was a decision not of her but of Destiny's editor, August, and that she reached out and had the title corrected to A Psychometrician Reacts to Destiny's Tweets, not a psychologist. She then points to a comment under the video where she insists that she is not a psychologist, but a psychometrist, and to get it right.
Okay, so the issue is, so the first thing that she's concerned about is, this is not the actual link. So at some point when I'm talking to Destiny, I fuck up in the middle of it and I say that I'm a psychologist.
The difficult thing.
Yeah, I agree. That's the problem though, is like as a psychologist, I tried
right there. So as a psychologist, so that's the first contention. Okay, so there it was. As a psychologist, So yeah, that was a slip up. Basically what I'd say to that is it's easy to swap words. I was jumping between talking about actual psychologists and then jumping back to myself and talking about psychology as a field. But if you guys remember, when this original video was released, it was listed as a psychologist suggests, and I reached out to August directly and asked that it be changed, and it has been changed here. So this original video, when it was released, said psychologist. I'm not going to release the DMs because I don't put DMs on screen.
For real? It's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait it out. Hold on. I'll change it. Don't worry, everybody. What the hell? There we go. Dun 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 dun. Harry Potter ad. God damn it. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Ba da da na na na. Da da na 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 na. Da 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 da. Ba da na 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 da. Ba da na 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 na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. Sockdon left. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's do this. Let's continue the video now that the ad is over. Let's do it. I'm gonna rewind just to make sure nobody misses a single bit of this, okay?
And it has been changed here. So this original video, when it was released, said psychologist. I'm not going to release the DMs because I...
Daedalus, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Deeply appreciate that.
Don't put DMs on screen unless I absolutely must. But basically this used to say psychologist. I messaged Destiny directly and was like, hey, just so you know, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a psychometrist. Don't want to be claiming anything that I don't have.
Before reverting again to saying...
There's another video where I have a top comment. It's not this one. It's another conversation. Where, okay, so psychometrician, so psychologist. So you can see it was originally labeled as a psychologist. And I went and said, hey, August, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a psychometrician. Get it right.
Actually, that comment says I'm a psychometrist, which is odd. So keep in mind, a psychometrist and a psychologist and a psychometrician are three distinct and different credentials. Those are three different things. A psychometrician is not a psychometrist. A psychometrist and a psychometrician are not psychologists. And all three of these is not psychometry. Psychometry is a bunk pseudoscience. So psychometry is when you touch an object and you can psychically read where it has been in the past. I know, it's confusing, right? But that's the thing. It's confusing to you. Now, let me ask you something real quick. I just want to be clear. I just want to draw a parallel here. RN, MO, MD. These are 3 different things, okay? Can anybody in chat tell me what the difference is between an MO, an RN, and an MD in the medical field? Yeah, that's right. Most lay people would not know the difference between those 3 things. Yeah, people know RN. An MD is a medical doctor. An RN is a registered nurse, and an MO is a what's it called? Oh fuck! Now I'm gonna mess that one up too. I'm not even gonna remember this one because I'm not in the medical field. It's a fuck. It's an osteo. Fuck. Medical. A medical officer. Or is that correct? No, that's not correct. Doctors of osteopathy. Sorry, that's a DO. Yes, an MO is a medical officer and a DO is a doctor of osteopathy. All 4 of those things are different, okay? Sorry, I meant a DO. Yeah, DO. I was getting MO and DO mixed up. So these are confusing to the average person, right? The average person doesn't know what these titles entitle, but they are drastically different. An RN has different abilities and different credentials than an MO, and then a DO, and then an MD. But if you were one of these things, you would not forget which one that you are. Can you imagine if you were a medical doctor, you would never mistake yourself for a registered nurse? That is like, it's not possible. That is your credential. You had to go to school for years to get that specific credential. So to the average person, to the lay person out there, even to somebody who's relatively, knowledgeable about the medical field, like I don't work in medicine, but I know the basics of the difference between a registered nurse and a medical doctor. But even myself wouldn't be able to, like, off the cuff tell you the exact difference in jurisdiction between these titles. And this is one of the problems that can be present in credentials, and also why it's important to be honest and upfront with what credentials you have. Does that make sense? Even between a CNA, an RN, or an LPN, the people who have those credentials would never mess those up. That's the thing. That's something to pay attention. So what she is doing is like a nurse saying she is a doctor while being distracted. Yes, but there's more to it than that, because it's not just one incident of misspeaking. It's in this clip, she is misrepresenting even what she said. Here, she just said she's a psychometrician, and in the comment that she is showing on the screen, it says psychometrist. Which would be like if you had on the screen a message that you sent to somebody saying that you were a DO, a doctor of osteopathy, and then but then you were, while you were talking, even though you had that message on the screen, you claimed to be a MD. Anyway, let's continue.
And said, hey, August, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a psychometrician. Get it right.
See? She says psychometrician, but then on the screen it says psychometrist.
This struck me as odd. You see, a psychometrician, as opposed to a psychometrist, is a scientist authorized to create and validate psychometric tests, whereas a psychometrist merely administers them under the supervision of a trained psychologist.
You see the distinction there? A psychometrician is somebody who is qualified to create tests, to generate a psychological tests. Whereas a psychometrist is somebody who can only give the test to somebody that was created by somebody else while being supervised by a higher doctor. Do you understand the difference here? This is why I was drawing the comparison to the registered nurse, MD, MO, and DO. Let's continue.
For Kyla to be either a psychometrician or a psychometrist, and these are significantly different, she would require some credential to the effect that she is a certified psychometrician or a psychometrist. This would take the form of a literal piece of paper on which the appropriate title would have been printed and referred to specifically, without room for ambiguity. To qualify for that credential, she would have spoken to supervisors, curated her course load in school, and filled out an application for it specifically. It is therefore unthinkable that she would simply forget what the title of her credential is.
See, what PresidentSunday here is saying that nobody who had to go to school specifically to get a thing would ever mix that up, let alone mix it up over and over and over again. There is like somebody who's a registered nurse they had to do a whole process to earn the title of registered nurse. Same thing goes for somebody who is a doctor of osteopathy. Same thing of somebody who is a doctor of medicine. These are independent tracks that you can't just, it's not like you worked as a shift manager and now you're a lead manager. Those aren't the same, it's not the same level of difference. There's a significant difference. Is what PresidentSunday is explaining here.
Moreover, psychometrician is a role with supervisory authority requiring a master's degree at least, and there is no category of registration for psychometrists in Canada, so it is impossible for her to be one of these as well. When pressed, Kyla has resorted to several strategies in her defense. First, she has claimed to be able to justify her self-description as a psychometrician by reference to a test she co-authored for use by the government. This does not grant her the credential of psychometrician or indeed even psychometrist. Let us refer to the Government of Canada's description of these two roles. Quote, psychometricians develop psychological tests, scales, and measures, and may administer or apply and interpret such tests, scales, and measures. Psychometrists administer and score psychological tests, usually under the supervision of a registered psychologist, unquote. Now, Kyla may well have co-authored what she has called an in-house youth addictions measure, whatever that is. She has not, to my knowledge, made its name public, and I have been unable to find any reference to it, or to her for that matter, on any public record. But nonetheless, having done so does not authorize her to develop or validate tests for institutional use with the authority of a psychometrician.
So in this message that PresidentSunday received, and also in the video that we saw, she claimed to be a psychometrician. A psychometrician which is allowed to create new tests in psychological assessment, which is a pretty major claim. And she claims that she's able to do this because she also claims that she co-published a study. But co-publishing a study, even if you did actually co-publish a study, doesn't actually give you a diploma for the thing that you're claiming. It doesn't actually give you a certification. Like, imagine the claim here would be like saying you're a doctor because your name was published on a study of medicine. Even if you contributed to a study of medicine, that doesn't make you a doctor. A doctor is a specific credential. Does that make sense? It's actually worse. Check DMs. Oh, shit. Can I show this? Am I able to show this, PresidentSunday? Can I actually show this on screen? Let me wait and be clear. Yes, I can. Okay. So this is a message from notsoErudite early last year. I am also a trained psychometrist, which is a graduate degree. I have completed a full 2-study thesis that was published and went on to receive a gold at a nationwide conference for research. I also completed research for the government of Alberta, specifically with the province's health provider, and created an internal assessment for a technology addiction that is used by health providers. I've also worked on several other research projects and am a third author on a project on consent. But please continue to explain to me how I'm a fake academic. So now here she is claiming again that she's a psychometrist and that a psychometrist is attained by simply having a graduate degree. So she's made a lot of hard claims about this. Let's find out where this goes. Oh my God, my understanding is that you have a bachelor's in psychology. Yes, she claims to have a bachelor's in psychology. Oh my God. Holy shit. She does not have a graduate degree. She has a graduate diploma, which is a different thing. Oh my God. So she's simultaneously claiming she has a bachelor's in psychology, which she doesn't have, and she has a graduate degree when she only has a graduate diploma. A graduate diploma is a 1-year, right? Versus a 2 to 4 year program? Sorry, am I misunderstanding something here? My understanding is that you have a bachelor's in psychology. Yes, I'm also a trained psychometrist, which is a graduate degree. This is the problem. She doesn't have a graduate degree. She has a graduate diploma. Okay, so she's proven that she does not have a graduate degree. Okay, so she's not telling the truth about how much studying she's actually done and what she's actually licensed with. She does have a bachelor's in psychology, but she does not have a graduate degree. She has a graduate diploma. Important to get that right. Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm getting things right here because I want to understand this video. Let's continue.
She has engaged in something that she has described, again without citation, as equivalent to the work of a psychometrician as a singular event that confers no ongoing authority or title to her. She can also not claim to have been temporarily operating in the functional capacity of a psychometrician for the very reason that this in-house youth addictions measure was co-authored in all likelihood by either a colleague of roughly equivalent authority or a supervisor. We may never know, but it's immaterial. Kyla...
Did she ever, out of curiosity, did she ever provide this evidence? Did she ever provide the evidence that she was published? Or did she just dodge that? Without a graduate degree, you cannot get most jobs under the psychology umbrella. So she never provided this. She never provided proof that she was even on the study. Holy shit. People are pointing out that you cannot get most jobs under the psychology umbrella with a graduate diploma because it's not the same thing as a degree.
Again, has no authority as a psychometrician, and when she has insisted that she is one, she is lying. Another strategy Kyla has deployed has been to argue that psychometrist and psychometrician are terms used colloquially in the field to refer to the same thing. This is incorrect, but moreover, she has demonstrated knowledge of the difference between these two, again to defend her dubious credentials.
This is a tweet of her saying, I am currently working as a psychometrist I'm working as a psychometrist currently, and in the past also worked as a psychometrician. So she does know the difference. And as we know, as PresidentSunday already showed, he showed the official Canadian website that shows that there is a distinction between these two positions.
Her story has not stayed straight. The real problem, however, is that she is not authorized to self-describe even as a psychometrist. Why? Because, as stated earlier, the category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta where she obtained her degree doesn't exist. Which brings us to her third strategy, in which Kyla claims to have a graduate diploma in psychometry.
And then you have I have never heard of it. A graduate certificate?
Graduate diploma in psychometry.
Now,
notice that? That person who is asking her says, I've never heard of this. And then she says a graduate diploma. That was the thing that I was tripping up on earlier because it's easy to trip up on it. There's a difference between a degree and a diploma. It's like lawyering your language here while also simultaneously still trying to claim authority over psychological claims.
psychometry, as defined by Wikipedia, is, quote, a form of extrasensory perception characterized by the claimed ability to make relevant associations from an object of unknown history by making physical contact with that object, unquote. What she means to say is that she has a graduate diploma in psychometrics, which is concerned with the measurement of psychological constructs, IQ tests, personality tests, etc. No diploma would have psychometry written on it, and the reason why Kyla frequently confuses the writing on her own credential, which she must have worked and applied for over a period of many months at least, is because no such diploma exists. Again, because there is no registry for psychometrists in Alberta. Which begs the question, what qualifications does Kyla have? On her Discord server, Kyla posted a link to a website called Mental Help. What is Mental Help? In the wake of the ongoing COVID pandemic, the Alberta government provided a one-time grant funding of up to $25 million in the years 2020 to 2021 for eligible projects and services to enhance community.
Yeah, you gotta get that pandemic bag! Get that pandemic bag!
Mental health and addiction recovery supports and services. Kyla won this grant to create Mental Help.
And so during COVID, we heard about this COVID grant that the government was giving out, kind of predicting that there would be a mental health crisis around COVID. And so just the CEO of Adira approached a couple of us staff and was like, anyone got ideas? We can maybe make a secondary program. And I put forward the idea of Mental Help. It wasn't named anything then, but I was just like, well, we could do this. It's a little bit based out of what I did actually my undergrad thesis on, which is like the research that I did. And we were lucky enough to be selected by the government to run the program for a year.
Which promised to deliver a series of 18 videos in which, quote, Counselor Kyla Turner covers topics across the gamut of mental health, from depression and anxiety to addiction and substance abuse. Each video covers a different topic and seeks to offer the viewer a rounded knowledge, therapeutic resources, and practical tools to maintain their own mental health. Through social media, video resources, and in-person seminars with Edmonton organizations, Mental Help aims to educate our community about the preconditions for addiction and arm individuals of all ages and genders with tools to identify and prevent a worsened mental health, unquote. Despite Kyla claiming herself in September 2021 that the full program will be available within that same month.
Our full program is going to be available September of 2021.
None of the aforementioned resources have materialized. In direct conversation between
Oof.
her and myself, Kyla has claimed to have completed her end of the work, and blamed her company for failing to deliver. An uncharitable observer might remark that this was right before she started.
PresidentSunday says, I'm going to be updating this part. It's actually even stranger. Apparently close to 10 videos were made, but have all been privated. I do not dare to speculate why they have been privated, but it appears that their disappearance corresponds with her sudden success on TikTok and YouTube. Bruh. Bro. Oh no. Do you guys remember in the State of the Union when Biden was talking about how they're gonna prosecute the fucking, the people who misused pandemic funds? I wonder if Canada is gonna do anything like that, and I sure hope that every T and I is dotted and crossed. So I'm going to read that again so that we're clear here. President Sunday says, I need to do an update to this particular segment. It turns out it's a little stranger. Apparently close to 10 videos did initially appear, but have all been made private now. I dare not speculate why, but it appears that their disappearance corresponds with her success on TikTok and YouTube.
Started seeing success on TikTok and received a massive boost in exposure by connecting with the very large channel Destiny on YouTube. In any case, the mental health website is as of right now defunct. Not a single in-person seminar has taken place. Oof. No booklets have been released. Oof. And despite creating video content for years for the notsoErudite channels, quite possibly facilitated by equipment purchased with the grant money, Kyla has not released any video content for mental help to date.
So that's where the correction needs to go in, because it turns out that they were published at one point, but they are no longer available. Am I getting that correct? Let me know in chat if I'm correct on that correction.
Mental Health has a YouTube channel. A few months ago, it was privated. Its description now refers to itself in the past tense. Quote, Mental Health was a one-time project by Adira Recovery Center breaking down mental health topics in 13 videos. Unquote.
Let me check. Let me do this real quick. Let me see. Oh, okay. I'll take your word on that particular part. Wait, this is from another video? This is from, wait, what's the timestamp I need to go to for this? So this is the podcast? Yeah, but it's an hour long. Oh, you want me to listen to it myself. Is there a timestamp for the correction? Oh, just the very beginning.
Check, check. Mic check.
Holy fuck. My ears. Holy shit.
Mic check.
It's the Mike Show. Hello, and welcome to the Mike Show. Today we have a very special guest.
She's 1 minute in, okay.
We're taking off.
Please, to this world, like, were you a big, like, Twitch streamer fan and you're like, I want to do this, or you just kind of...
No, not at all. I never watched Twitch streams ever. I still don't watch them that much, to be fully clear. I'm more of like a YouTube consumer. How did I get into this? It's kind of a long-winded story of essentially I was working for I was program directing a mental health program. That's still kind of in the works. The tech side's now just cleaning it up, but it's called Mental Help. I came up with the name. It's not really creative, but it is what it is. So yeah, I started with a company called Mental Help, and social media was a really integral part of it. I had a social media manager. They weren't quite doing what we needed them to do. They ended up leaving, and I was like, I'll just try taking it over for now while we wait and try to find somebody. Things kind of got scuffed. I kept doing TikToks and all this sort of stuff. And then I started playing around on my private TikTok to see what works on the algorithm, basically. And my TikToks took off and my works did not. But unfortunately, all the TikToks that were taking off were like the spicy stuff, which was what I was fearing. I was like, oh man, I'm pretty sure the main mental health stuff that's going to be popular is going to be like really like spicy stuff. So yeah, that is what took off. Got into TikTok. And then I was like, basically, my husband's like, why don't you try like streaming a little bit? You might be able to like make some money. Give it a shot. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. So I did some live streams on TikTok. That was super fun. Then I did a couple of live streams on Twitch. And then my husband's like, there's a streamer named Destiny. And he like basically will talk to anyone as long as you're interesting enough. So you should tell him what you do for work. And he sent me a couple of conversations Stephen had had with other psychology people that I was not super happy about. And I emailed him and he said yes. And I kind of just took off. Yeah, I went from like 200 followers. I basically in 3 days went from 0 to 2,000 followers on Twitch.
Wow.
And so I was like, well, you basically, when you win the lottery, you may as well like go forward. It seemed like an opportunity that so few people get that, like, why would I ever like not
Okay.
do this? Hold on. Sounds like I'm muted on my side. I'm just gonna check and see why that.
Let me try and establish a timeline here. Get pandemic funding from the government to make mental health videos during COVID. Your social media manager retires, and instead of hiring a new social media manager with the pandemic funds that you got, you just kind of decide to become a streamer. Am I getting that correctly? Am I getting the timeline correctly? Is there something, maybe there's something that I'm missing there, but that's definitely a very interesting timeline. Like, what am I missing? Am I missing something? She just said it. I got money from the government during COVID to make videos. Then my social media manager retired, and I realized that I could, and she describes it as spicy. It would be really interesting to see what spicy TikToks were most successful on her channel. Do we want to take a look? Does anybody have her TikTok channel? I wonder if we can look on TikTok at her most popular ones. Is there a way to do that? Red pill video, I don't know. Men get missed in relationships. So this is the channel right here. So let's look at the most popular TikToks that have gone on here. My Fall from Feminism Part 2. This is 22K.
This is part 2 of basically reasons why I chose to no longer identify as a feminist. So in part 1, I outlined essentially some reasons that led me to have faith lost in the feminist movement. And I went through kind of one major point that I realized was completely false, that was being peddled by some areas within feminism. Obviously, one piece of misinformation about sports isn't going to be enough to make me leave an entire ideology. That would be silly. What actually really drove me away from feminism fundamentally was how feminism appears in pop culture. Something you need to understand about the difference between academic and pop feminism. Academics in general are oftentimes pretty distanced and misinformed about what broad culture thinks about things. The same way, like in businesses, how middle management oftentimes doesn't really understand what frontline workers go through. As such, the more I got ingrained into more pop culture and understanding how feminism was influencing kind of the common person, I became completely uncomfortable with identifying with it anymore. Tensions I have with pop feminism is, number one, it sometimes acts as a veil for just blatant misandry. A lot of feminists will try to deny this. They'll point to feminists who don't do this, but the problem is that you have to police your own, and there is a massive company of people who utilize feminism to justify basically tearing men down. On top of this, number two, there's been an active movement towards assassinating all of masculinity. Now, masculinity and femininity in my mind are archetypes. They don't represent what men and women must be, but they represent broad understandings within our culture of the feminine and the masculine elements to nature. Feminism targets all elements of masculinity. While I'm completely okay with challenging toxic masculine traits and trying to erode some of the damage and the problems that it creates, there are positive elements to masculinity that are completely dismissed. It's kind of like you've thrown out the baby with the bathwater. My third contention with feminism came in the form of basically how feminists often try to act like feminism is the cure-all antidote for most societal problems. Kind of the same reason we get sick of listening to chiropractors, because chiropractors try to act like they can cure everything with chiropractics, rather than focusing on the scopes of things that they can actually fix. I think feminism has gotten too generalized and too broad, and basically too big for their britches. Fourth, it was kind of in the women's 20s.
That is certainly a choice. To say that feminists have gotten too big for their britches, that is certainly a choice of language. Wow. I don't know, is that what does that even qualify as? Holy shit. Everyone, no, I can't. There's literally nothing I could do to parody that. It's as bad as it, that's just so funny.
2017 March. I've watched a lot of the speeches and I kind of came to realize that a lot of feminists don't own the full extent of what their position actually argues for. A lot of these people talk about dismantling the patriarchy, and I don't think they realize what would be the cost of actually fully dismantling these things.
Okay, so this is a 22.1K. Here is a, oh, here's one. Here's a 100,000. Here is a 100,000K view one. Let's check out this one.
Thank you so much for saying this. I have definitely spoken with women who would basically give me the argument that the reason why they're not like kind and gentle and compassionate towards men when they reject them anymore is because men will often take that kindness and compassion as a cue that there might still be interest. They just need to push more. And look, ladies, I get it. Like, rejecting somebody and then having them keep trying can be frustrating because it's really awkward rejecting people and you want them to stop putting you in that awkward position. But we have to remember, number one, being the rejector versus the rejectee is always a nicer position psychologically. And number two, it's really sad that they're getting so little kindness and compassion that they misread all forms of it as interest. And gosh, it makes me so sad. It basically means that they don't think anyone is going to be kind to them unless they have a purpose behind their kindness. It should probably go without saying that the way that you solve men misreading compassion as romantic interest isn't to be kind to them less often. Thank you so much for saying.
Also, something interesting over here, if you all can see over here, it says over here, wait, this is the mental help account. Mental Help says, can you tell us more about assertiveness? You've mentioned it as an important safety skill for women, but she already admitted that she is the only person working on the mental help social media accounts. So that means she's boosting her own personal videos with the mental help account. I didn't even know about this. I just discovered this in real time. She was right here. This is a mental help video, is the top comment on her video. And this was from, this is from last year in January. That is certainly an interesting decision. I wonder how many of these are like that.
If he's the sort of person to punch a wall because you angered him, he's not sparing you.
The dating rejection paradigm. Hold on, let's see. My falling out from feminism, 55.9 thousand.
This is a super great question. I'm going to caveat this all by saying this is my personal experience with feminism. Obviously, I think other people...
Wait, so this is just another one like this. Also, there's probably a few caveats. This is not a commentary on trans athletes in any way. Uh-oh. 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 PresidentSunday says, wait a minute, that means that she hid the mental help videos and then used mental help as a brand to boost her own private channel. So hold on, let me I just want to make sure we get the timeline from her in order with this information that we've just added now. So she received the money, the social media manager left, she didn't complete the full run of the videos, and instead opted to become a TikTok influencer while using the account that was funded by the government of Canada to boost her own personal brand. Am I getting this correct? And she was boosting her brand in which she claims that she promotes what is this? I mean, I don't want to make any claims about this, but she claims that she stopped being a feminist because of trans athletes. Oh my God.
And
Let's see what some of the more recent big ones are. Uh-oh. Hold on, I want to see this.
So a common issue that a lot of women are going to raise is, well, I said no, assertively and firmly. What do you do if they keep bugging and pursuing? Because that certainly is a circumstance that happens for a lot of women, and it can be a little intimidating. The skill I really like to teach clients is about levels of boundaries. So I would basically argue you could have a boundary at level 1 or at level 10. Right? A level 10 boundary is going to be used in certain circumstances that a level 1 boundary isn't going to be sufficient in. So if you're in a situation where you've said no and it seems like they're not getting the point, or they feel they need to push further, increase the level of boundaries. What you need to remember is that a lot of men continue to pursue because while women say, I've said no, back off, other women also say, pursue me, try harder. I think it's probably...
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong, but is this not just, isn't this just like victim blaming? If you're saying that other women say no but don't mean it, and therefore you need to be more firm than you already are, isn't that just kind of victim blaming? Like, I'm sorry, maybe I'm misinterpreting. I don't want to be uncharitable. Like I said, the only thing I know about this person outside of what we have learned now is that she did a gigantic stream defending a massive content creator mocking my partner's suicide attempt, which is certainly interesting.
Important to also note that level 10 is never abusive behavior. What could those escalating boundaries look like? Well,
For me, level 10 includes calling the police.
Can start with, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, to, hey, I said I'm not interested. Please let me walk away, to, I'm going to walk away now, I'm not interested, to, I have said no, I am not interested. So a common issue that a lot of...
Okay. So let's see what some of these other viral ones. I just want to get a feel for the type of content that's being promoted on this channel that is also, keep in mind, being cross-promoted by the other account. Let's look at this one. This is a 65,000 view one.
Dating apps for men is basically like playing on nightmare mode. Most of the women on there are bots. The women who aren't bots are oftentimes so nervous to meet people because they've had such bad experiences that they're extremely unlikely to go on a date with you. And also there's going to be like 2 or 3 gigachads who are just like natty freaks who take amazing photos, and most of the girls are just going to match with them. And let's be honest, taking photos is like really hard. It's a tricky thing to do, and if you don't have very many good photos, you're kind of fucked on dating app. And it's weird because I'm going to say it again, I don't actually think women select that dominantly just for looks alone. But in dating app land, that's mostly what they're picking based on. Here are better places to meet women.
Aiko says, what if you're already at a level 5 no? How many no levels do you have to be on? I don't know. You'll have to ask the psychometrologist, the psychometriciologist, the licensed, credentialed, degree diploma psychometrologist, Kyla.
Number 1, volunteering. Unsurprisingly, most volunteer positions are filled by women, especially nice, forward-thinking, caring women. Number 2, meet women at co-ed sports. You have a mutual hobby, it's an easy next date, and also you have kind of like a friendship way to like build rapport. Dating apps for men.
Okay, all right, so I'm getting the, this is sort of like what I would call incel bait. It's like, it's content that basically says, you know, bitches be lying, but in a nicer way, you know? It's like, it doesn't explicitly say that bitches be lying, but it's basically like, you know, dating apps, they're gonna look for the gigachads. I mean, she literally uses the memes of the incel community, the gigachad, this type of thing. It's like incel bait. I should check the comments on this one to make sure to see if
dating apps for men
mental health thing shows up. I wonder if mental health has been promoting other videos on this channel, or if it was only on that one. I have a feeling that if we look through the comments for long enough, we would be able to find mental help in a lot of these comments. Probably very early on. 10-letter name says, this is a genuine question. Feel free to shoot me down if I'm missing the point. At what point would we acknowledge that some dudes are actually just very fucked up and discuss how to navigate that scenario safely? Well, that's why I talk about self-defense on my channel, but I'm not gonna talk about that right now because that would be a big distraction. There's a lot that I could say about that, but I'll do it in another segment. No offense to you, just I don't wanna, you know, fly off the handle in the middle of this. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what other videos. Ooh, this one's a big one. This video has 208,000 views, so let's see this.
I'm 23. I can't drive. I've only just started renting.
Let me tell you about my husband and I, and compare and contrast us when we first met. When we met, we were both 22, and we were very different in essentially how far we were on the success train. He was a high school dropout. He'd spent all of his youth fighting chronic illness and depression and suicide. He had no license. He didn't have a high school diploma. I, on the other hand, managed all of my childhood dysfunction and family distress by numbing out and seeking value in academics. I was in the top 1% in my entire university for GPA. I'd been driving since I was 16. By all extents and purposes, I looked like I had my life together and I was on the right path, and he looked like a total fuck up. Then we got into a relationship, and we realized that while I was exceedingly well prepared for being a good academic and a good worker, I was not so good at doing mental health. I was not so good at being in relationship. He, on the other hand, spent his entire adolescence battling to not kill himself and finding connection in relationship as a way to kind of stave off sadness. So while he was woefully underprepared and under-successful in academics, he was actually an incredible partner, and that was something I was severely lacking in. We kind of viewed it as basically, in our adolescence, we both trained for two different things. He trained to be mentally well and to be good in relationship, and I trained to be an exceedingly good student and a good worker. Now, both of these things are valuable. The issue is that our society views success as only the latter half that I mentioned. Both of these things are really valuable. And so I think if you're measuring yourself just by like the basic understanding of what success looks like, you're actually missing out on some of the most important parts of life. The people.
That was just, listen, I'm not gonna say anything on that one. I'm gonna be fair, and I'm not gonna say anything on that one. I will say one thing. That was an uncomfortable listen. That's all I'll say, okay? I'm just gonna say that was uncomfortable to listen to. And everybody else, you have your own opinions, I'm quite sure. But yeah, I was on Fresh and Fit. Ah, yes, Fresh and Fit. Doxing kids. This is a high view count one. Let's see this one.
Allegedly, we were able to identify 2 of the people in the video.
In this video, Aunt Karen doxes minors and organizes a harassment campaign against them, leaking both their Instagrams and the telephone number to their school. Don't get me wrong, I disagree with what the kids did. It was bad. But just so we're clear, doxing violates TikTok policy and also is super fucking gross, particularly being done against children and then encouraging your followers to harass them. You genuinely should be ashamed for this, and I know nothing will probably happen, but I hope your TikTok gets stripped from you, because this is inappropriate and disgusting.
And allegedly, we were able to identify 2 of...
Is that doxing? Wait, is it doxing if somebody posts a TikTok of themselves doing a extremely offensive and highly racist? They post their actual faces, and it looks like they... Wait, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. In the original video, they post their city location. Look, you can see it. It's on the screen. This lady here is reacting to the original TikTok, which has the city in it. So how can this lady have been responsible for doxing if the original video had it in there. I'm sorry, I don't understand this. This is very aside from the point. Aunt Karen. She keeps calling her, is her name Aunt Karen? Is that her name?
Allegedly.
That's actually her name is Aunt Karen. Huh. Kind of ironic, I guess. Doxing isn't a consequence. Interesting. So that's what the TikTok is. I wonder what's the YouTube channel. Let's see what videos notsoErudite does on her YouTube channel these days. This is an interesting, this has been a fun little thing. Heated panel on social media, chasing virgins, women can't handle the stress, love isn't real. Here's the Facebook group for mental health. It's just barely, there's not much on it. Nothing's been posted since, nothing has been posted on here. The last post on here was a retweet of somebody else in April of last year. The last original one was in September, which was the launch announcement. Wait, look at this. So wait, this is the mental help. This is what she allegedly, according to her own words, claimed to receive Canadian pandemic money about. Okay. And there's just nothing on there. This is it. This is all that's on the entire thing. Okay. Interesting. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. When the hell... Hold on just a second here. Hold on just a second here. I need to see this real quick. Sorry, I'm looking through something real quick. Just give me just a second. Okay, so 9 months ago is the first time that she got called out on this. Confronting conversation. She calls herself a psychologist. Analyzing the Doe Destiny situation. Ah, this is the video. This is the one. A 2-hour-long stream.
Bullying. This idea of like, I can do.
Yeah. This is the stream in which she says that Doe was being a cry bully. She made the argument, I'm not kidding you, that Doe was being a cry bully because Doe made a joke completely unrelated to Destiny or her or anybody in the past, which she didn't even accurately represent the joke. And then she claims that Doe was being a cry bully when Destiny lit Doe up to his audience. Lit Doe up to his audience because making fun of its attempted suicide. So I wonder, this would have been 9 months ago. Wait, this was April 13th, 2022. So maybe that was when maybe that was after she had stopped using the mental help account. Maybe when she decided to dive in and victim blame, and, like straight up victim blame and defend somebody who mocked my partner's suicide attempt for no reason. Maybe that was after she had decided to stop being a pandemic mental health agency. Yeah, warning nuanced. Yeah, I remember watching this video. It was fucking shit. People here said, I couldn't imagine announcing it to the internet and using it against people. Doe literally never used its suicide against anyone. And the funniest thing of all of this is that I was the one who told the internet after Doe was safe and after Doe had gotten some distance from the situation. Doe had written a letter and asked me if I was willing to publish it to the internet. These fucking pieces of shit. These absolute fucking pieces of shit. Let's continue. Let's get back to the video, shall we? We got distracted, but I think it was a fun little endeavor to find out what type of content notsoErudite decided to abandon her pandemic mental health project for. You know, she got really she got a little distracted. Ooh, tee, got a little distracted from that mental health initiative and decided to, you know, take off to go, I don't know, do defense for internet bullies and claim that somebody wielded their suicide attempt offensively with no such evidence.
Now, I'm not going to say that Kyla Turner defrauded the Canadian government.
notsoErudite. notsoErudite is in chat. Be very careful. You're commenting on things that you have been lied to about. This is falsely flat information. Hold on a second. Let me just show you this real quick. I just want to make sure we got this here. Be very careful. You're commenting on things that you have been lied to about. This is flatly false information. I'm reacting to a video and I am commentating on the video that I watched of you in which you were a gigantic fucking piece of shit to my partner for no seeming reason except for to gain clout. So I'd appreciate you not threatening and or warning me, whichever one you're deciding to do, because I don't think I've commented on anything except for the literal shit that I'm reacting to here. I haven't made a single fucking claim about you except for to establish a timeline based on your own goddamn claims. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy motherfucking shit. If you have evidence of this, you should provide it. You should provide it. Not at all a threat. I am just saying be careful as there is a lot of false information in the video. notsoErudite, what type of false information? If there's false information in the video, can you provide it to us? I would be more than happy to depart from reacting to this video if there is false information in this video. The timeline. So what's the timeline? Can you explain to me? You're here in chat yourself, so can you explain to me the timeline? So according to you, I'm just getting this clear. According to you, you received funding from the government to make videos. Your social media manager resigned, and then you decided to begin your career in streaming. You did not receive it. You did not receive the grant. Is that true? So more than the timeline was wrong. A company that hired me to run their new program did. Were you the founder of that company? The company still has the assets. So were you the founder of that company? No. Were you in a leadership position in that company? The company has been around for over 30 years. So you were in a leadership position of that company. Huh. Is Mental Help a company? The company still has the videos. And we're editing them as of 2 weeks ago. All right. Okay. Mental Help is a program of the company. So you are no longer in leadership of this company, but you were. Contract ended in May 7th of 2022. So you're no longer in leadership of this company. All right. Well, that answers that part. So what you're trying to say here is that the claims, PresidentSunday is incorrect on the claims about the mental health portion of this video. I'm trying to work out the details here. The money portion is incorrect. All those implications. Well, I don't think that there are definitely a lot of implications. There are definitely a lot of questions that were raised, but to my knowledge, PresidentSunday did not make any allegations against you, nor did I, for that matter. But that still doesn't answer the rest of the entire video. And this actually raises more questions. Okay, let's finish this video. I don't know if you're gonna stick around and listen to this. PresidentSunday says that I am a textbook case of credential fraud. Are you? I'm just gonna put chat up on the screen here, since this is where we're going, where this is going. Yeah, this is happening in Twitch chat. I just want people to understand. I'm reacting to this fucking video and trying to see what the claims are here. So wait, I do have a question for you. notsoErudite. I have a direct question for you real quick. Okay, real quick. This is a direct question. Okay, this is you can beef with PresidentSunday in the chat if you want to, but I have a direct question. Were you in charge of mental health in January when that screenshot here? I have a screenshot right here. I can show you this on the screen. Hold on a second. We took a screenshot of this. So this was January of 2022. January 17th of 2022 was when Mental Help was commenting on your videos on TikTok. So were you in charge of Mental Help at that point? That TikTok transitioned to a company social media manager. In January? And you were on the board of Adiara? Look, okay. I'm gonna leave this part to PresidentSunday, who did the initial investigation. All I'm gonna say is, this, for at least me as a viewer reacting to this, it raises questions. It raises more questions. I was still creating the videos, but the TikTok and Facebook moved to staff. So no, I was not on the board of Adiara at that point. Okay, but also, I have another question for you, which is the one you didn't answer before. Above you said this. Hold on real quick. Above you said this line. I'm quoting you directly. I'm quoting notsoErudite directly. PresidentSunday says that I am a textbook case of credential fraud. Are you? Are you a textbook case of credential fraud? Did you lie about your credentials? On January 17th, this is an archive of the January 17th. Wait, on January 17th of 2022, when that comment was made by Mental Help, which you have stated is owned by Adiara, you were on the board here. Is this inaccurate? Is this archive inaccurate from January 17th of 2022? This is not the board. This is the leadership team. Your position was listed as the mental help director. So you were listed on the website on January 17th of 2022 as the mental help director. Okay. The board of directors for Adiara is separate than mental help. Okay. So is this a matter of terminology? When I asked you if you were on the leadership, when I asked you if you were in a leadership position at Adiara, you said yes, and then you said, but I wasn't when that comment was made. Because you were referring to the board, right? Well, I will say that Erudite did deny explicitly the claims of credential fraud. So snapshots from the archive do not have her listed as a board member. She is listed in a leadership position as the director of mental help. So you were the director of mental help at the time that the mental help was commenting on your videos. I've never been a member of the board of directors for Adiara. I was previously an addictions counselor. When they created the mental health program, I was made the program director of mental health, which is not a company. It is a program run by Adiara. Well, that's definitely a clarification. I don't know that that answers the question, though, as to why the mental health TikTok account was being used to comment on your personal videos. President Sunday spins a very compelling narrative, is what you'd said before. Sorry, I was just making sure I was getting things correctly. I want to make sure that I'm getting your comments correctly here. So wait, so I don't know that I did President Sunday. I said the word board instead of leadership, which is a mistake on my part that I can openly admit. I said the word board instead of leadership, which is a distinction, to be fair. I think it's a small distinction, but I think it's a distinction nonetheless, and fair game is fair game. So, okay, so all of this aside, mental help aside, which has been a side issue brought up in this video, the allegations of credential fraud, which is the claim that you are a psychometrician. You have also claimed that you are a psychometrist, and that you were formerly a psychometrician, and that you are a psychometrist. Is President Sunday telling the truth when he says that you do not have a degree, but that you only have a diploma, and also that you can't, that it is not appropriate to call yourself a psychometrician? Regarding the rest of his claims, it's a bit too much to get into over text. I will be releasing my full response Monday. I wanted to make sure you didn't get tangled up in false information about the grant and mental help. Distinctions, as small as they are the central tenet of Sunday's video. I think that's fair. I don't think that's untrue. Listen, I am perfectly happy to moderate a conversation between President Sunday and notsoErudite if both people are willing to engage in that conversation. And I will do my absolute best, as I think I've done quite fair so far in moderating my own analysis of this. I have made a few jokes, as I do because I am a streamer, and I of course, spoke the absolute truth when I claimed that the last thing that I knew you for was your video on Doe, which I felt was repugnant and reprehensible. But after Monday, I should be absolutely open to looking at that, okay? The distinction that was made only corrected Demon Mama. It didn't necessarily correct anything that President Sunday said at all. No, it didn't. President Sunday self-corrected about the videos. All that I had was questions. Because when we looked into the TikTok, it was pure chance. It was literal an accident that we discovered the mental health, the mental help. I keep saying mental health. See, that's what I was talking about. The THs and the Ps with my tongue. Yeah, I know. Throwback to way back at the beginning of stream, right? Oh. Okay, small critiques, okay? This is completely unrelated. Okay, this is completely unrelated. Okay, everybody listen. Okay, Hear this? Hear this? This is completely unrelated, but I gotta say this Adiara website is sus as fuck. Adiara is designed to treat women from a biopsychosocial spiritual perspective. Our comprehensive approach to treating addictions is designed to develop self-awareness and impact women's thoughts, behavior, and future. Spiritual development through Christian programming. Wait, what? Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, what? What? The battlefield of the mind. Oh no! The Genesis process. The Genesis process provides a biblical and neurochemical understanding of what is broken and what causes our self-destruction. Oh no! Our faith in God's transformative power provides hope, healing, and restoration. Our programming is faith-based with biblical perspective, Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer. Oh, why did this have to happen? This is completely unrelated. This is completely unrelated to the initial fucking video, but also hilarious as shit. What? Parenting and child programming. These classes bring established principles to bear on the challenging task of child rearing. Through classes, residents learn how to bring order and set limits while being loving and defining family boundaries and modeling God's parenting character. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, oh boy. The women who come through Adiara's doors often carry a heavy load of shame, trauma, mental illness, and an endless path of hurdles. At Adiara, we believe in a God who offers love, compassion, dignity, hope, healing, and restoration. We hope to see new women find freedom and new life in God's love. All right. All right. The Christianese is cringe. It's definitely something. It is definitely some cringe. I will say that is, I don't know if that's just Christianese. Honestly, that comes off as some very questionable boundaries between religion and treatment that makes me, as all of my viewers know, I fucking grew up in a cult. It does trip some alarm bells for me. Let's put it that way. I knew so many Christian addiction treatment centers. The one at my cult was a literal slave program. And the only reason it got by is because there's basically no state enforcement of addiction programs. I'm not kidding you when I say it was a addiction slave program. When addicts would sign up for the Christian program at the church that I went to, their wallet, their identification, their keys were all taken from them. And they were deliberately sent somewhere far away from where they grew up to get them away from the source of their addiction. And they would do work for free for the church, which the church would get paid for. So the church would offer low-cost labor, usually very difficult labor, and that would be in a donation, and then they would give their workers to go do it. I'm not kidding you, it's real. Anyway, none of this is really here, and we've gotten distracted from the entire core of the video. Sorry, I need to check something real quick. Hold on a second. What am I supposed to be looking at here? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, that's certainly interesting, but not really within the purview of this video. Okay. Let's finish this video. Let's hear out President Sunday's side of things, because that's what we came here to do, to watch the video that President Sunday published. And on Monday, when the other video comes out, we'll listen to that. Does that sound reasonable, everybody? Okay. Okay. All right, let's finish this video. Let's finish this video. We're done with the distraction part. We're done with the tangent part of the stream.
In a time of crisis, possibly using resources intended for pandemic relief to pursue a glamorous online career as a Twitch streamer, and I'm sure the unnamed staff at this company, which Kyla claims to be the founder and the director of, is solely at fault for not a single...
So here, mental help is complete on my side, and the company I made it for is finishing the video editing and branding stuff. I wrote the program, I was the video host, and I made all the workbooks that would be released for it. So this is the mental help part.
One of the promised resources ever materializing, despite mental health being apparently so near completion that Kyla was personally promoting it as being ready to launch in the same month. And I am positive that it is a complete coincidence that mental health disappeared from the face of the earth at precisely the moment she found internet success on YouTube and Twitch. Because I am concerned here with her credentials, and as it happens, the website she posted to mental help in her Discord server provides some. Quote, "All information provided by Mental Help is written and hosted by Kyla Turner, a licensed addictions counselor, psychometrist, and graduate diploma in psychological assessment." Unquote. Now this is interesting for two reasons. First, note that here she is suddenly both a licensed psychometrist and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, as if these are separate things. But there's a second reason. Mental Help was supposed to launch in September of 2021. Well, I found the Mental Help Facebook page and through it Kyla's own Facebook page, and there I found precisely what credentials she has. An undergraduate degree in psychology, and a graduate diploma in psychological assessment from Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, which she studied for from September 2020 to September 2021, implying that she began calling herself a psychometrist prior to receiving her graduate diploma, and a psychometrician before convocating. Recall that according to the Canadian government, a psychometrician is authorized to, quote, "develop psychological tests, scales, and measures, and may administer or apply and interpret such tests, scales, and measures," without any mention of a supervisor, whereas psychometrists merely administer and score psychological tests, usually under the supervision of a registered psychologist. This is the program description for the now discontinued Graduate Diploma in Psychological Assessment at Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta for post-BA students. Quote, "For post-BA students, the program is intended to offer professional preparation to provide skilled assessment services under the supervision of a registered psychologist, e.g., as a psychological assistant," unquote. Kyla Turner is not a psychometrician, either by qualification or by special permission, and she doesn't have any piece of paper reading graduate diploma in psychometry or in psychometrics. She can't have one, again because there is no category for registration for psychometrists in Alberta. I know this because I personally emailed Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, and I asked if it would be appropriate, having achieved my graduate diploma in psychological assessment, if I put down either psychometrician or psychometrist in a job application in that field. And Professor Wendy Pullen, director of the Applied Psychology program in the Faculty of Arts at Concordia University in Edmonton, Alberta, told me this, quote,
"Oh, no." So this is Wendy Pullen, PhD, professor and chair of psychology, director of applied psychology program at the Concordia University, the university that Erudite got her diploma from. President Sunday says, "Greetings. I have achieved a graduate diploma in psychological assessment in 2022. On the basis of this, is it appropriate for me to call myself a psychometrician or a psychometrist when I apply for jobs in this field? Kind regards." Hi. No, it is not appropriate that you should use the term psychometrist since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title. And we already know that there are requirements for the use of this title by the federal government of, I don't know what it's called there. I don't know if it's called federal because I don't know if they consider it a federation, but the broader Canadian government. Whatever their higher government, the royal government, whatever it's called. Is it called federal? They still call it federal? Oh, no. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This does not look good. This right here really does not look good for the credential fraud. This does not look good for that allegation, I will say, at least from my personal perspective. Having the actual director of that program denounce the use of that term, sure, not so erudite, that's fine. Sure, you can DM me some things. You'll just have to add me as a friend first on Discord. Here. Hold on a second. 1 second, here. It's easiest if I go like this. What the hell? What the hell? How do I send a DM on this damn platform? How annoying. Here. How the hell do I do this? Why am I boomering out right now of all times? I hate this. Why is Twitch like this? Hold on a second. Here we go. All right. There we go. Taken care of. Let's continue. You might want to send this. Well, all right. I understand. Thank you. All right. Let's continue the video.
No. It is not appropriate to use the term psychometrist, since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title, e.g. a master's degree." Unquote. Now, Kyla does not have a master's degree yet, and she certainly did not have one in 2022, and she certainly did not have one in 2021. So, if Kyla is not a psychometrician or even a psychometrist, why does she claim to be? It's very simple, actually. Remember that the purpose of a professional title is to claim jurisdictional authority when speaking to laypersons. So, when Kyla disparages skeptics of the validity of IQ testing, say, and
some of the dumbass comments in here, this is from November of last year, so just a few months ago. Some of the dumbass comments in here talking about how IQ is a fake measure are triggering the shit out of me. IQ denial is the same level of science denial as being anti-vax. I don't know if I agree with that statement. In fact, I don't think I agree with that statement at all. That seems very hyperbolic. Let's put that much. Let's just say that. That sounds hyperbolic to me.
Compares them to anti-vaccine conspiracy mongers, despite this being a grossly unscientific and irresponsible comparison. Her followers, who know her as a psychometrician, have it firmly planted in the back of their heads already that she is an authority in this area. A psychometrician, and that if anyone knows the truth of the matter, it will be her. Unfortunately, it appears as if she has no right to either of these titles, which means that not only is she using her platform to abuse people's trust and spread dangerous misinformation, she is also a textbook case of credential fraud. As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
All right, well, that was certainly an interesting journey. That's about all I'm gonna say at this point. A very interesting journey. I will look forward to the response to this video because some of these claims seem like they would be very, very difficult to respond to. Also, I mean, notsoErudite in Twitch chat says, I don't defend race and IQ, just to be clear. I regularly debate against it. Okay, but did you not just defend IQ, the concept of IQ, by saying that people who doubt the validity of IQ tests are equivalent to anti-vaxxers? Like, IQ is scientifically valid. Okay, but aren't you being a little bit Weasley there? Isn't this where it falls into... Wait, hold on a second. Oh, okay. You mean race and IQ. When you say I don't defend race and IQ, you mean that as a single topic. You do defend IQ. This is the reason. This right here, what we're seeing right here is... This is why people don't trust you. This is what, that is so sneaky. That is incredibly sneaky. That is like the most politician response. I don't defend race and IQ, and then people go, you just defended IQ, and you go, I meant race and IQ as a combined comment, and not about the two separate things. But IQ tests have massive, massive flaws, and when people are critiquing IQ tests, as in the tweet that was shown on the screen, which you compared them to anti-vaxxers, they're not just talking about race and IQ. They're talking about IQ tests in general, and the problems that lie behind IQ tests. And I do think that there is very good arguments to be made that IQ is, as a subject is intrinsically racist to a very deep level. I don't think that that's like an out of this galaxy conversation topic. Unlike claims of anti-vaxxers claiming that, like, I mean, anti-vaxxers claim that, like, the vaccine is killing you, and they have literally no evidence for it whatsoever. They don't even have an argument for that. It's just literally purely their feelings. IQ is inherently about race. This feels racist. Oh my God. Okay, so now everybody's fighting about IQ in the chat. I call it the aristocrats. There you have it. That is the first day back on Twitch, and the first day back on Twitch, and this is the way it goes. Oh my fucking god. What a goddamn mess. What a fucking mess. No, hold on a second though. I absolutely understand why people would say that the history of IQ tests is intrinsically tied to the history of racism. Like, I think that is not like, I don't think that that's like an otherworldly statement to make. IQ tests were weaponized to justify slavery. IQ tests were weaponized to justify denying black people the vote. IQ tests were justified, were used and crafted to justify not hiring black people for jobs that they were otherwise qualified for. That's horrible and wrong, but like, the history is absolutely racist. Most of our history as a species well, that's not accurate. Most of our history as a species is not racist. Racism, as we understand it, is a somewhat new, racism, as we understand it, did not exist prior to the concept of what did it arise with nation states? There wasn't racism didn't exist in the same way we understand it in fucking Rome. I don't think that the history of humanity is overwhelmingly racist. I do think the history of like whiteness since the invention of a white race is absolutely racist. Oh, wow. This segment, the Wikipedia article on IQ, somebody just sent me a link just to this segment of the Wikipedia article on IQ. IQ testing in the eugenics movement in the United States. This is a fucking hell of a fucking read. Reliability and validity are very different concepts. While reliability reflects reproducibility, validity refers to whether the test measures what it purports to measure. While IQ tests are generally considered to measure some forms of intelligence, they may fail to serve as an accurate measure of broader definitions of human intelligence inclusive of, for example, creativity and social intelligence. For this reason, psychologist Wayne Whiten argues that construct validity must be carefully qualified and not be overstated. IQ tests are valid measures of the kind of intelligence necessary to do well in academic work, but if the purpose is to assess intelligence in a broader sense, the validity of IQ tests is highly questionable. Some scientists have disputed the value of IQ as a measure of intelligence altogether. In The Mismeasure of Man, evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould compared IQ testing with the now discredited practice of determining intelligence via craniometry, arguing that both are based on the fallacy of reification, our tendency to convert abstract concepts into entities. Gould's argument sparked a great deal of debate, and the book is listed as one of Discover Magazine's 25 greatest science books of all time. Along these lines, critics such as Keith Stanovich do not dispute the capacity of IQ test scores to predict some kinds of achievement, but argue that basing a concept of intelligence on IQ test scores alone neglects other important aspects of mental ability. Robert Sternberg, another significant critic of IQ as the main measure of human cognitive abilities, argued that reducing the concept of intelligence to the measure of G does not fully account for the different skills and knowledge types that produce success in human society. Despite these objections, clinical psychologists generally regard IQ scores as having sufficient statistical validity for many clinical purposes. Definitely interesting. You want to know who my favorite psychologist is? We're gonna bring it all the way back around, okay, everybody? We're gonna bring it all the way back around. I'm gonna show you guys my favorite psychologist, a man who personally inspires me greatly. You know, I think, personally, I think that he's a fantastic individual who really has changed the entire world, if you ask me. That man is Hannibal Lecter, Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the good doctor, the esteemed psychologist, Dr. Hannibal Lecter. As we all know, every psychologist is always a very good person, and what they think about things is always very good. Anyway, everybody, okay, I've been going for now over 6 hours of my stream. There's nothing really else to say on this topic until we hear notsoErudite's response on Monday, which we will watch. You know, I can't say we'll watch it on Monday because I have no idea what's gonna happen with my stream because of the fucking false ban. Yeah, don't forget to use your Prime. If you have a Prime sub, make sure you slap me with that Prime sub because we're gonna be stuck on Twitch for a while, unfortunately. Yeah, we're gonna wrap for today, my lovely imps. We will reconvene in the future and we'll follow up on this saga. That was certainly an interesting series of rabbit holes that we've gone down. And I'm glad that we've come back just in time. We've come back just in time for me to wrap everything back around to Hannibal Lecter where it all began in the first place. Anyway, everyone, take it easy, be chill, and remember, do not fucking die. That is the number one, the only rule of the Demon Mama community, the only true rule, the only law, the iron law of the Demon Mama community. Do not fucking die. All right, I'll see you all very soon. Mwah, mwah.